Hello?
Yes, sir,
Hello?
we are able to hear you. Yes.
Okay, fine. Okay, right. So just give me a second. So very good morning to you all. I'm sorry about this delay due to this technical snag. It's indeed a pleasure to be here amongst such an august gathering. I'm CK Vishwas and I'm representing the National Board for Quality Promotion, Quality Council of India, New Delhi. On behalf of NBQP QCI, I extend a very warm welcome to the eminent dignitaries on the dais, Mr. Sunil Mathur and Dr. Gregory Watson. Also, our distinguished moderators and speakers of the technical session, esteemed delegates and representatives from the state and central government. It's customary for me to give a brief introduction about Quality Council of India to start with. So it was set up in January 1997 by the Government of India with ASSOCHAM CII and FICCI. QCI is an independent autonomous organization, the Department of Industrial Promotion, Industrial Policy and Promotion under the Ministry of Commerce and Industry, which is the nodal point. QCI was established as the national accreditation body and to lead a quality movement by undertaking a national quality campaign. Chairman QCI is appointed by the Honorable Prime Minister of India. QCI gets nominated by various central ministries, departments and state government for various projects due to its role in quality and accreditation. Our chairman is Mr. Adil Zinulbhai from IT Bombay, Harvard Business School, 34 years McKinsey and Company, 14 years MD of McKinsey India, appointed chairman of QCI by Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2014. Our Secretary General is Dr. R.B. Singh and he's alumnus of BHU, Western University, Canada, former Vice VC, Sharda University, Dean Punjab Technical University, Director IGNOU, appointed as Secretary General QCI in 2014. Now, this is regarding the organizational structure of QCI. QCI is the National Accreditation Body of India, and it is the topmost body is the council. Then we have the governing body, and then the Secretary General, aided by the Secretariat. So it has two main pillars: the accreditation and the quality promotion. So in the accreditation, there are 4 boards: the National Accreditation Board for certification bodies, National Accreditation Board for education and training, National Accreditation Board for hospitals and healthcare providers, National Accreditation Board for testing and calibration laboratories. And the 5th board is quality promotion, which is different from the accreditation boards, which is basically into promotion of quality. And we also have other divisions under the special project group, that is PPAD, PPID, PADD, and Z. So about NBQP, the National Board for Quality Promotion primarily focuses on the promotion of quality concepts, and besides conducting quality conclaves, it conducts pan-India quality awareness programs, award schemes, quality competitions, quality improvement projects, ISO projects on quality, health, safety, energy and environment, as well as on operational excellence and HR competency for the Government of India departments and CPSEs. And the other 4 sister boards are mainly into accreditation, that is NABCB. It accredits certification and inspection bodies as per ISO and other international standard requirements, which are internationally recognized through multilateral mutual recognition arrangements, MLAs and MRAs of IAF, ILAC and APAC. NABEC provides accreditation to certification EOMS certification bodies, schools, consultant organization, etc. Provides services in ensuring quality of skill, vocational sectors, and of consultants involved in environmental impact assessment. NABL provides accreditation to testing, calibration, and medical laboratories, reference material producers, and proficiency testing providers based on international standards. It operates accreditation program in accordance with the requirements of ISO IEC 17011. NABH provides accreditation to healthcare organizations like hospitals, blood banks, community, public healthcare centers, Ayush hospitals, etc. Provides certification programs for medical laboratory. NABH is a member of the Accreditation Council of International Society for Quality in Healthcare. Since 2018, the 2 days annual quality conclave at Delhi by QCI gave way to quality conclaves on a regional basis pan-India, intending to cover all the states and focusing on the MSMEs, mainly in the Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities. However, due to the pandemic, we have transitioned to virtual quality conclaves, and this is the 9th one in series. The objective of the quality conclaves are to reach out effectively and sensitize the masses in the industrial sectors with a message that quality dovetailed with innovation and technology creates robust design, optimized processes, cheap and efficient products, as well as prompt services. Wherever possible, the conclave also intends to touch upon the important state policies besides the latest trends in quality to enhance awareness amongst industries and their associations, consultants, assessors for demanding quality in the entire supply chain. Today's topic is Quality 4.0 leading towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat. So here I would like to just mention a few points about Quality 4.0, which is evolving rapidly, especially with this pandemic. It has come to the limelight and people are adopting it very quickly, rapidly. The COVID-19 pandemic has challenged the world. Its scale and impact has left a huge toll on human lives and the healthcare system, costing the global economy millions of dollars in jobs. Governments are struggling to contain the virus while grappling on kickstarting economic activity. Quality 4.0 is expected to play an important role for building resilience and ensuring a smooth recovery. The introduction of emerging digital technologies has ushered in the fourth industrial revolution. Technological advancements in fields such as data analytics, collaboration, scalability, and connectivity are not just driving innovation, but true paradigm shifts in manufacturing and the delivery of products and services. Using cutting-edge technologies such as artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, cloud computing, augmented and virtual reality, new materials, 3D printing, and the Internet of Things, and the ways in which these various factors can interact are a bare necessity for businesses to adapt to a new industrial reality, which will go beyond augmenting to revamping the whole quality outlook. Q 4.0 is not just about digitalization, but more importantly about the impact of the digitalization on quality, technology, process, and people. Inevitably, the technologically driven shifts will result in a phenomenal transformation in the way many organizations conduct the day-to-day business. This will require a cultural change that will affect the workforce and leadership, influencing product innovation, manufacturing efficiency, supply chain performance, compliance, and naturally quality. This is where Quality 4.0 comes in. The core concept of Quality 4.0 is about aligning the practice of quality management with the emerging capabilities of Industry 4.0 to help drive organizations towards operational excellence. So in short, to understand it very simply, Quality 4.0 equal to quality management plus Industry 4.0. To keep the competitive advantage in this era of digital transformation, leveraging contemporary technology is an absolute necessity. Quality 4.0 provides the scope to realign quality activities and alter the perception of the quality function in organizations. Quality 4.0 represents an opportunity to utilize those Industry 4.0 technologies to realign quality functions with broader organizational strategy. Developing an effective Quality 4.0 strategy will enable organizations to address long-standing quality issues. The concept of Quality 4.0 presents an opportunity for organizations to review the root cause of current barriers to quality success and engage in strategic planning to explore how new technologies and the advantages they deliver, such as improved data transparency and high-quality data-driven insights, can be leveraged to achieve a culture of excellence. In short, Quality 4.0 is characterized by transforming and improving culture, collaboration, competency, and leadership throughout the application of technology, digital transformation of management systems and compliance, enabling technology and processes necessary to maximize value, resolve customer quality impediments, and provide innovative solutions. On any initiative, the end objective should be to improve the quality of human life while being continuously competitive, boost trade and economy of the country in an Atmanirbhar Bharat scenario, make in India or vocal for local scenario. We have today two very interesting technical sessions and around 10 speakers from various key sectors who would be enlightening us with their rich knowledge and experience. I encourage you all to participate wholeheartedly till the last minute and ask a lot of questions so that it becomes an interactive session and interesting for everybody who's participating. So now may I request Mr. Sunil Mathur to deliver an inaugural address. But before that, I would like to read out his small background. Once. Pooja, can you read out the background, please? I'm not able to access the file.
Yes, sir. Sunil Mathur is the Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of Siemens Limited India since 2014. In this role, he is responsible for Siemens in South Asia, represented mainly by Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, and Bhutan. He is currently a member of the global leadership team of Siemens, a member of the board of Siemens Healthcare Private Limited in India, and chairman of Siemens Gamesa Renewable Power Private Limited in India. Prior to 2014, he was the Executive Director and Chief Financial Officer of Siemens Limited from 2008, responsible for Sri Lanka, Bangladesh, Nepal, and Bhutan. During his stint as Chief Financial Officer of Siemens Limited, he was a member of the Global Finance Management team. He has been with Siemens for over 30 years, holding several senior management positions in Germany, where he worked in the power generation division as also as chief financial officer of a global business unit in the industrial automation division of the company. He has wide experience of integrating companies, creating joint ventures, M&A, and turning around non-performing businesses in an international environment. He has worked in Germany, United Kingdom, and the United States, apart from India. Sunil Mathur is on the national councils of the CII and FICCI and is chairman of the CII Smart Manufacturing Council and past chairman of CII Western Region. He is also past president of Indo-German Chamber of Commerce and Bombay Chambers of Commerce and Industry. Over to you, Sunil, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Biswas, and a very warm welcome to everyone on the meeting today. I hope you all are safe at this very difficult time. I think never before could there have been a better time to start discussing quality 4.0. We've been used to continuously having discussions on quality and about zero defects and so on. But I think the recent pandemic has completely changed the entire definition of quality really, and has put quality onto a completely different level and platform in a way. Linked to that, the government of India's thrust of moving manufacturing from 15% of GDP to 25% of GDP will result in an investment in India, capital expenditure in India, in the order of about $1.5 trillion in the next couple of years. Now, there aren't too many countries around the world that are going to be investing in that magnitude. But the challenge really is, if we have to be able to do that, we are going to have to be competing with international players, and we want to start exporting and fulfilling the government of India's vision of using India not just as a back office, but really as a front office of manufacturing and a real hub of manufacturing in the world, quality is going to have to move to a completely different level. Now, a lot of things that we are talking about today are becoming actually more or less irrelevant when you look at the way and the speed that technology is actually advancing. I think it is fair to say that none of us really anticipated the pandemic 2 years back, and most of our systems were designed to overcome issues that we had at that point in time, pre-COVID times. But if you look at what we are really going through and what we have learned in the last year and a half, really, we have begun to realize we have to deal with the unpredictable. We need to be agile. We need to be flexible. We're going to have speed of response. Our customers are getting much more demanding in terms of their requirements. Things that were earlier bulk manufactured, serial produced, are now coming down to a situation of customization to the next level, really. And in a way, it's becoming a situation of mass customization. But industries, particularly in India, and particularly small and medium enterprises, are really having to concentrate right now on costs, on capex, and on cash, while ensuring that manufacturing moves forward and that we are able to meet the ever increasing demands of customers. In this scenario, what is really the role of quality? And I guess this is really the issue that we're going to have to address. Things that we were doing earlier on and checking and physical verifications and a whole lot of Excel sheets and charts are changing when you look at the way technology is changing. I think what we've also learned is during this pandemic is that our ability to break through silos and cross virtual borders has really gone to the next level. The paradigms that we had of things not being possible because we have to work in a manufacturing silo where production planning is different from customer ordering, is different from sales, etc. And we've begun to realize that collaboration and virtual planning tools will be embraced even more in the future, and that compatibility across all these different segments are going to be critical. The demand for high-speed secured WANs, wireless networks, is going to go up incrementally, exponentially. We're going to have to learn to deal with high volumes and velocities of data, which will also go up to support engineering value chains, graphics, data, etc. So the need for wireless networks is going to go up terrifically. This will be valid not only for large manufacturers, but also critical for Indian small and medium enterprises. The need for remote monitoring of operations aided by industrial Internet of Things will be implemented on a priority basis now on the shop floor. With the incorporation of digital twins, where you are able to marry the virtual and the real, and remote support from OEMs, this is going to improve the availability of the assets. Manufacturers will need to warm up to the idea of robotic process automation to support non-value added labor-intensive activities. Artificial intelligence and blockchain technologies will lead to a much faster decision-making models with better accountability, and quality and traceability in the manufacturing operations will, through these technologies, go to the next level. Automatic guided vehicles will support material handling and the line fulfillment to ensure the greatest levels of productivity, predictive maintenance supported by data analytics, spare management, asset monitoring, performance-based logistics will all be part of the new normal. Businesses will have to de-risk against unstable supplies or depending on centralized manufacturing. Indeed, possibly the new normal will move towards decentralized manufacturing. And instead of having huge gigafactories, it will become more in vogue to get smaller factories, more agile factories closer to the customers. There could be a trend shift from offshoring to onshoring. Warehousing strategies will have to be re-examined. Inventories, philosophies will have to be reviewed. Decentralized warehousing will become the new normal. Digitalization of logistics will be a huge opportunity. So we are seeing additive manufacturing. We'll see the need for parts that need to be produced on demand with the highest level of quality, rapid prototyping, hyper customization, the ability to manufacture small batches of products, mass customization are going to be the new normal. With all this, cybersecurity is going to play a very, very central role. A simple microbe in the real world has brought the world to its knees. Can you imagine what havoc a synthesized microbe can have if it is pushed into our industrial network? And therefore, that is going to be really a factor of critical importance in the future. Software is converging with electrification, automation, information technology, operational technology. Those very clear silos are now disappearing. And it is now becoming critical to start looking at an enterprise solution, at an enterprise level that addresses all these different needs. Learning, skill building is going to become even more critical. When you move to a level of such high digitalization and manufacturing, we are going to have a mindset which is completely different so that there is continuous learning. Now, in all these different challenges that we have right now, it's going to become, this is putting quality at a completely different level. We have a factory in Germany that is working with a quality level of 99.99%. And a productivity level of 99.99%. This cannot be achieved just through individual activities. This is done through the highest levels of data analytics, automation, and digitalization. We're going to have to look at new norms of standardization and the new regulations over there. What standards do we actually need to bring into the country? There are standards that are global and there are standards that we're going to have to look at from an Indian perspective. So I think quality is now taking a completely different meaning. And I'm delighted that we are able to have these conclaves that are basically raising the bar and making people aware of what is really going to be needed if we have to become a global hub in manufacturing, if we have to become a leader in manufacturing that is internationally known not only for cheap manufacturing, and that's not what we want to be known about or known for. We want to be known for having the highest levels of technology with the highest levels of quality, delivering the highest level of value for our customers. Cheap manufacturing is not what we want to be known for. We've got to be known for delivering real value at the highest levels of international competence. And that is going to mean we're going to have to rethink completely the very fundamental term of quality as we knew it in pre-COVID times. So I'm delighted that we are able to have this ninth virtual, unfortunately, but this is probably setting the tone for the future in terms of digital ways of communicating and digital ways of operating. And I do hope that the next couple of sessions that you are able to go through will be able to address some of these challenges that we have in the country, but also some of the opportunities and the huge opportunities that a country like India that is really the software center of the world and can be the manufacturing hub of the world, and by bringing that together in really becoming the smart manufacturing center of the world at the highest level of quality standards. So thank you very much and all the very best for the conclave. Back to you, Mr. Biswas.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your deep insight and such a wonderful presentation. Because of this, because quality 4.0 is evolving, and we need to have more insights from you who have been dealing with this for such a long time. So with this, I request Dr. Greg Watson to make his presentation, to deliver his key address, and I request Pooja to speak on his profile, please.
Dr. Gregory Watson, Chairman, Business Excellence Solution Limited. Dr. Watson predicted the age of quality 4.0 in a 1998 article in Quality Progress titled Digital Hammers and Electronic Nails. In 2017, he became one of the first to begin describing the transition that a game-changing digitalization would have on the practice of quality and the careers of quality professionals. He has delivered webinars on the subject in a dozen countries, including for CII. His papers and speeches have helped to shape the global quality's current conversation on this topic. And he is chairman of the Quality 4.0 think tank of the International Academy for Quality and also a member of the Technical Program Committee guiding ASQ's annual Quality 4.0 Summit. Dr. Watson degrees and in the fields of industrial and systems engineering, and early in his career, he worked on military applications of artificial intelligence. Over to you, Dr. Watson.
Thank you, Pooja. And can you allow me to share my screen, please?
Yeah. Ashish, please do the needful.
And now you can share your screen, sir.
Thank you very much. Hopefully you can see my PowerPoint presentations now.
Yes, we are able.
Okay. Well,
Yes.
I would like to first of all begin by thanking Sunil. I think he's given an outstanding overview of the complexities that are facing us today with what we're calling Quality 4.0. And what I want to do is position this as a strategic game changer with unintended consequences. And when I think about this, there are four areas that challenge the executive function I'd like to talk about. First, the challenge of embracing Quality 4.0, then the challenge of transformational leadership, then the challenge of competence development, and finally, the challenge of going beyond resilience. Quality 4.0 originated as an extension of Industry 4.0 strategic initiative that was promoted in Germany starting in 2011. And the term was actually first used in 2017 to indicate a new era of quality thinking, that it came from this disruptive effect of digitalization merged with big data on the practices of quality in industry and society. And I think some of the things that Sunil has pointed out are actually long-term trends that we see. Here in Finland, one of our companies, Kone Elevator, has actually been using this concept for managing its company remotely for over 18 years. And so they monitor elevators remotely, they make adjustments to them remotely, they even schedule service based on what they observe through internet monitoring of their systems. And that remote diagnostics is just illustrative of some of the things that happen when we have cloud access through the internet to all of the different physical devices that are appended to our organization. So it's no longer just producing something, it's also managing the whole service. Now, before the term was created, there was no quality 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. It hadn't been segmented this way. And so these prior epochs of quality that we see talked about now are mostly just, to a large extent, imprinted upon the 4 periods of the Industrial Revolution. Now, quality has actually been changing significantly since the development of the control chart by Walter Shewhart in the 1920s. Before that, quality, what we're calling 1.0, was basically inspection. Quality sort of 2.0 was using data in processes to manage the control of the process. And what we've seen is that throughout quality's history, its roots have been inspired by the use of data to get better control over the way people work and the way goods and services are created and delivered. So Shewhart's theory of control actually spans 6 levels of thinking. He started with just belief, then justified belief, like with algebra, and then justified true belief, where we can have a proof, and then finally he went to statistical process control at the 4th level. And SPC is a powerful way to understand how the voice of a process is working for a particular performance indicator. However, in this world, what we see is multiple performance indicators are coming from multiple platforms all at once, and it's no longer sufficient. We have to have a more comprehensive understanding. And that's what Shewhart called maximum control. And this is the domain in which quality 4.0 methods are actually operating. And when we take a look at how we have change happening in organization, we really have organizations with 3 levels. There's an operations level, a business area level, and then the leadership level. So at the work process level, we've had continual improvement, what we call Kaizen. At the system level, we have breakthrough. And this is in changing in the business areas, maybe new products, new markets, or new technologies coming into play. And at the government's area, we're talking about transformation. Combined, this makes what we call the state of continuous improvement. And what we see is that the job of managers is basically to improve processes, but the job of the leader is to improve the entire system. And so there's 3 different orders of change. This continual improvement is the work changer. It's process oriented. This is what we do when we reduce lags, leaks, and friction that cause waste and inefficiency that results in financial loss to an organization, its customers, or by the society. The second order is breakthrough. This is a technology changer. This is step function change in work performance that occurs when we introduce technological change to either product, service, or processes. And this can result in a change in capability or capacity of a productive system. And this was very well described, I think, by Sunil in his comments about what's been going on. Many large corporations are very much focused on this today and have been for some time. I was thinking actually when I was in China in 2018 at the CIIE conference in Shanghai, the government's no longer talking about quality management. For them, that's obsolete and has been since 2018. What they see as the need is quality development. And that is this second order in terms of technology change. And their government has been acting in a unified way to make that happen. And they have many companies who are already working and have been working for a long time at this level we call quality 4.0. And they are actually using the governmental power in China to drive that sort of investment strategy nationally in a coordinated way. Now that gives them a great advantage over most of the rest of the world because they don't have to worry about all of the inefficiencies of capital markets and getting things done. And they can choose where they want to focus that national investment. Now, what this also though means is that the third level, transformation, this is the game changer. This is the culture-oriented change that has to happen. This is the role of leadership. And this is disruptive change that occurs when we start positioning a shift in the intent or the strategic purpose or the culture of an organization and changing the mindset of employees in a way that's going to fundamentally and dynamically alter the way that we operate in the future. And when I take a look at things, I see that there's really 3 different things happening. If we say that there's a baseline vector improvement for an organization, and it's this blue line, and we see there's some sort of external force happening, the first thing that we tend to think about is protecting ourselves from that. This is what we call a robust situation. And the idea in robustness is continue unchanged. It's like a battleship. It can take a hit, or a tank that is relatively invulnerable to being attacked. So it doesn't change, it continues its operations. And then the second type of external force that comes in, this is resilience. This is just like what's happening with human beings with this COVID environment. So we get the bug, and then we can become vaccinated, and so we bounce back to the same level of health we were at before. So it's not really a change, it's a recovery process. And resilience is not enough, because there's another type of change that we can see, and this is what we call anti-fragile. This is the response that happens when we have that impact happening from the external side, and we get stronger as a result, not just bouncing back to the way we were. It's changing the trajectory of our improvements. So the question is, how will we engineer the system response of your business to change? And so there's challenges in transformational leadership. First is technology. It's going to be either hardware or software, and there are lots of these things happening. But we have to then engineer that as a system. We just can't pick and choose one or try this and that and experiment a little. We have to build a system structure for what that technology will be. The second is production process change. And here we have to transform the flow of business using innovative work processes. And so it may be Kanban, Heijunka, or major process change, or maybe there's a change in the business model, either opening new markets, addressing new customers, or creating new products. Then we also have to think about the workforce competence change. All of these new technologies, digitization, robotics, nanotechnologies, artificial intelligence, machine learning, they need a different type of support from the workers who are engaged in our processes. So the challenge of competence development is going to be one of the things that dominates us in the future. Leaders need to think about transformative change. How do we create that future operating system, as well as a necessary system infrastructure to address those future challenges? I just delivered an article just yesterday, as a matter of fact, to CII for publication on how can you think about the end-to-end business as a value chain, where we're going from value, if you will, at the raw material level to value in the customer side by managing the data more efficiently. So how is data adding to value? And this designed approach creates a culture and a system of work operations that will deliver performance in that expected state. So we have to see business as a connected enterprise, as a holistic system. And we have to understand then, how do the early stages upstream happen in the early parts of our supply chain, the midstream where we have our productive processes, the downstream where we have the logistics delivery to customers. How does that all merge? And it's highly customized world that Sunil was talking about. We have to realize that the signals for requirements come from the customer, and they go back to the beginning, and they have to affect that information flow that drives the manufacturing process. Do we need to have 3D printing? Do we need to have additive manufacturing? What is it that we need to do differently because the customer order changed close to real time? When I was at Hewlett Packard in the 1980s, we created the paintjet production line, and we were actually able to go from customer order to ship product in 1.5 hours. And we were shipping those approximately 10 to 15,000 every month. And so as you start looking at that, that is the sort of capability we will need to have in all of our systems in the future where we're going to production. And in the future, the design of competence in an organization, we have to understand at this executive level, what is a necessary transformation or transition from things that it produces to the value that it produces and how it does this. In Japan, this is called the transition from monozukuri to kotozukuri. So monozukuri means the art, science, and craft of making things for customers. Kotozukuri, the new state that they're moving to in Japan, changes the aim of delivering value to society based on knowledge. This is a transformation that companies like Toyota are doing as they've moved from producing cars to changing it to mobility as a system. So it's a service that's being offered, not just a physical product. The same thing is true of Komatsu, where they have construction equipment, and now they're moving to how do you understand all of the things, including the security of your production equipment, so they can notify you that you have a product over here, a bulldozer or some sort of earth-moving, changing equipment that's being stolen. So go fix it right now because it's happening at this moment. So these two transitions from monozukuri to kotozukuri come through another process that's called hitozukuri. This is the art, science, and craft of developing people. So they have the skill and competence that's required to use that technological system to make the shift from mono to koto. Now, the role of the executive function is going beyond just recovery. It's establishing meaning, significance, and urgency of the transformation. Is it a time to study? No, it's a time to move forward with action. When I was at Compaq Computer, we were trying to say, how do you actually manage in a changing world? How do you get ahead of the business? And Compaq in its age was the fastest growing company in the history of business up to that period of time. And it had built into everything it did a sense of urgency. As an example, when they wanted to start a center in manufacturing and service center in Europe, they actually had everything had been done in the United States before, and they went from having nothing to having an operating capability in 30 days. Now, that's a sense of urgency. And when a company acts that way in everything they do, that means that the culture is operating the way it needs. And that means that they have clearly communicated the strategy and the rationale for how they have to act. That's a transformation. And management, the executive team, has to act as a role model for the desired set of behaviors required for that change. And the role of the quality professional in this situation has to become a trusted advisor. And that means quality professionals need to be able to coach executives in the actions they need to take to accomplish their role in this transformation. They have to facilitate the integration of transformation activities across the levels and functions of the organization, and they have to support change management teams in their improvement activities. Now, when we talk about resilience, it's a major shift. Most organizations were created as a mechanistic bureaucracy, the battleship or the tank, and they could withstand external attacks because they had strong defensive positions. But that type of organization is inherently fragile as it's only designed to withstand known threats. It's not designed for the unknown. And today, we are being faced with the unknown unknown. Resilient organizations operate like a living organism. And that mechanism they have is able to learn and recover by preventing similar situations. That's why we have vaccination, to be able to help us get over this particular attack from the virus of the COVID. So this is a body working collaboratively. Our white cells, our blood cells, and are operating in a way to give persistence and purpose to enable life to continue, to persist in time. So resilience is the ability to recover quickly from any difficulty. It's a toughness or capacity to bounce back in response to any external influence. But that doesn't mean that we are going to just be satisfied with the needs for resilience. Do you want to get back or get stronger? Think about what happens in the blood. We have nutrients, water, and oxygen flowing through the bloodstream. The bloodstream is also taking away all of the waste from our system. And Adrian Pigeon mentioned something called the constructor law. And it's a law about design that we learn from nature. And he says, whenever a system flows better, it's healthier. If our lungs flow better, they're healthy. Our blood flows better, it's healthier. Nutrients flow better, our body is healthier. And think about what happens in the flow of blood. So blood is distributing nutrients to the body. And the blood has 80% of the oxygen that's transported by the hemoglobin. However, 20% of the oxygen in the body is held in reserve in your muscles at myoglobin. And that reserve allows you to have a second wind when the energy is depleted, like a marathon runner. They're running, and after so many miles, they hit the wall. They've drained the energy that's in their red blood cells. But then they get what they call the second wind. And the second wind is the release of energy because the oxygen in the myoglobin has been released into the bloodstream. and they get an extra 20% boost in energy. So that's why we build muscle in the human body if we want to be able to perform at the highest level, because it increases the energy reserve that we have. So if we want to build a better future, we have to go actually beyond resilience in our way of thinking. Leaders don't change things by doing things the same old way. They transform organizations and take them in new directions. So if we're taking a look and we only look at what's been done in the past in terms of the leading organizations relative to digitalization, we will not become a leader. We have to be able to lead by looking ahead. And this is the job of the quality function. So the job does not require just mere common sense saying these are things we have to address. It requires an imaginative understanding of the future needs based on profound knowledge of the current situation and our status as an organization. So executives has to make sense out of this chaos, deciding where to go and how to get there. So the executive quality challenge is how to develop their own quality thinking and acting to achieve profound knowledge needed to steer their people through the chaos and create the changes that enable their organization to be sustainably competitive. And in my thinking, organizational resilience does not just happen. If you're aiming just for quality management, supplemented by technology tools, you're shooting behind. You're not shooting in advance. In 2018, China described their movement no longer as quality management, but going beyond it to quality development. And quality development for them is quality management plus strategic benchmarking, plus technological shift. And so if we want to have this happen, then we have to follow the advice of Mahatma Gandhi. Be the change you wish to see in the world. We have to lead our people to create that common good. So that's the end of my prepared remarks. Thank you very much. And I think I hope there's some time for some discussion and questions. And oh, by the way, if you take a look at the materials, there is also a set of bonus materials on profound knowledge if you want to follow that topic further. As Deming said in his book in 1993, that his system of profound knowledge is the basis for executives to learn about transformation. So, any questions?
Pooja, can you initiate this?
So there are no questions as of now from the audience.
Okay.
Yeah. So
One question has come: how to shift the culture of cost cutting to value creation mindset in owners, promoters, and professionals?
Well, I think there's a couple of things happening. Prince Charles in England has talked recently about what he calls total cost accounting. And I think those of us who understand accounting know that it's rife with distortions about what's actually happening in the processes. And one of the things we have to do is we have to change the methods of accounting, because accounting is actually distorting where value is produced in organizations. And so it's giving us summary data, it's giving us average data. And what we really have to understand is where do we actually get ahead of that system to make things happen? And when I take a look at what people are calling managerial accounting, it's kind of archaic. You know, in 1995, the American Society for Quality started its series of future studies. And we were projecting at that time 15 years ahead. I wrote the scenarios and did for 15 years. And in that 1995 scenario, we forecast that China would be the #1 or #2 economy in the world by 2010. And at that point in time, we were the only people forecasting that. I was told I was crazy. And yet, if you take a look at it, China was #1 and #2, depending on how you measure it, in 2010. Things can be forecast. They can be forecast with good accuracy, but we have to have an imaginative understanding of what drives it. And we have to wake up. We cannot be estimating yesterday and projecting from it. We have to look forward to tomorrow. Do we understand what it takes to manage the value chain in an end-to-end business? Most people do not. And if we think about patching a system together about a bunch of digital tools, we'll get it wrong, because that's not how you build a system. You build a system up by understanding how the whole thing works, and that includes the cost component. But one of the things, and I think Sunil mentioned this as he was talking, he says, you know, small and medium enterprises, that's 70% of the world's businesses, but they cannot afford that sort of asset investment. And they will be tailoring their investments in digitization to very specific things that give them value in their contribution as a tier 2, 3, or 4 supplier to a tier 1 or OEM. And as they start taking a look at that, they cannot afford that whole system transformation. So they have to make very dedicated choices what they will do to take forward. Large companies like certainly the Siemens can actually afford to do that. But even there, what we see is that we are falling behind China. China has actually in the last decade been the #1 investor in robotics and automated technology in the world. And so what that means is that their national structure, their infrastructure is being built up. There are companies like ZPMC that already have, if you will, people-less port management systems, where they take everything off of boats with automated cranes, put the containers on AGVs, drive them out to trucks, put them on an electronic truck to robotically have delivery. That's already existing today in Singapore, especially in Shanghai. And so as you start taking a look at those things, they are now trying to move that into the 250 other ports in the world that they manage. Now, I don't know of any organization or any nation that is actually doing movement like that. And that's not the only business. I could cite 3 or 4 others where they're doing exactly the same thing. And I think that India certainly has the economic capability. It certainly has the people. It certainly has the talent. And certainly the software basis, which China does not have. And I think that there are things that you can do to build that capability, but you can't get stuck in looking at the old way of thinking. Don't think about cost of poor quality. Don't think about investments and payback periods the way you used to, because payback periods in this digital world are immaterial. They don't matter anymore. Now, I took a look at one digital payback period for an investment. It was 9 weeks. Excuse me, that's not even worthwhile thinking about. That's a no-brainer. So why are we even paying attention to that sort of resistance to make movement happen? We have to have a total way of thinking differently. And that's the only way we can embrace the situation and also get ahead.
Okay.
Thank you,
Next
Dr.
question is how to make quality management measurable KPI in an organization.
Well, there's only one measurable capability for quality. Do you survive? Now, every other KPI doesn't matter. If you don't survive, it doesn't matter what they were. It's all a numbers game. Most people who play the KPI game are playing a numbers game. They're trying to look good. And if you're building a system, you have to have system-wide measurement. And system-wide measurement means that you understand how that whole system operates. And that means we have designed the measurement system from beginning to end. We understand the whole flow and we can optimize that flow. And you can't do it one factor at a time. Now, this is a problem with control charts. They're only managing one factor. They tell you, yes, how that process controls for that factor. But they don't tell you about the 5 or 6 other factors that may impact on it. Those are invisible factors if that's all you're tracking. And that's the problem with KPIs, is that they don't really tell you what's going on. And so we're going to have to think totally different about measurement in the future. I ask quality professionals, do you understand what a Kalman filter is? And almost, well, the only ones who know are basically were chemists or highly trained statisticians, because the Kalman filter is the algorithm of the future. It is taking multiple vectors, taking a look at them at every time shift and seeing how do they shift. And it's mapping not a world of an individual KPI, it's mapping probability space of a successful outcome. So are we ready for that? That's the question. And that means we have to learn a lot, and you manage that organization differently than we've managed in the past.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Watson. Any other question, Pooja?
No, sir. We have a lot of questions, sir, but due to paucity of time, we cannot take up all the questions. We can address them over an email.
Can we take up one more? Couple of.
Yeah, Pooja, send me the questions and I can write an answer for after.
I'll share the questions with you, sir.
Okay.
you have any one live question, then you can put forth.
So just a moment. There are a lot of questions coming in now, so.
Yeah, take a couple which he can answer, because Dr. Watson, are you planning to stay there, Dr. Watson, for the day?
Not for the whole day, but I'm planning on staying for another hour. I've got another meeting starting in just about 45 minutes now.
So I think Pooja can ask him right now.
So why do you think it's difficult for MSME business owners to really see the benefits of quality 4.0 as they see in machine OE in industry 4.0? What can be done to change this mindset as a quality professional?
Well, here's the problem. Fundamentally, the problem in a MSME type of organization is that their quality professional is trained in old ways of thinking. You know, are they trained as engineers? Mostly not. Are they trained in how to do things? No, mostly they're trained in the art of control, and I'm calling it art of control. They're trained to be able to get you the certification, to keep the accreditation standards, and so forth. And so they have to be able to start thinking about how do you use big data? What is big data? You know, and even trying to understand how massive data sets come together is not trivial. And so all of those things that are required to be able to implement these technologies typically will go beyond the capabilities of most quality professionals today. And this is why we need transformation in the education of quality people. If I trained you as a Six Sigma black belt or a master black belt, I trained you as a ISO 9000 responsible person, managerial responsible for a system, you're still not capable of dealing in this world. And so you have to understand a lot about control theory. You have to understand systems theory, linkages. You have to understand Markov chains and how you put sequences together. You have to think in probabilities, not just in measurements. And that's a totally new world. And the recruitment and capability to recruit of the people who think that way is very low in a micro SME company. So what they can do is they can work on the edge, if you will, edge computing. They can have an Internet of Things capability that is delivered to a large corporation like a Siemens. And they can actually link into that system for their particular types of product and technology. But that's not the full application of Quality 4.0. The full application will come in those coordinating large corporations that are pulling this together. And so this is the Tatas or the Siemens or the Mahindra technology. Those companies will have to have that linkage and supply the capability of their tiered supply chain in each of the different commodity nodes in a different way. And that means a totally different structure for how we manage supply chains in the future. And so it's no longer just about getting the cheapest parts, it's getting suppliers who are technologically astute, they're capable in their area of technology, and they have the flexibility to manage according to the changing needs of that mass customization world that Sunil was talking about.
Thank you, Dr. Watson. Pooja, just last question, can you take a short question?
If I can ask, Doctor, I come from more of software or technology in terms of statistics around, and not from a very. But what I understand from quality is they work for perfection, and when you work for probability, it's not perfection; it's near perfection. How does that inculcate the change in the mindset? Because our experience says this is something where people say it is not 100% right, but though it is 98% right.
Well, actually, I don't know of any company that ever achieved perfection. I mean, if you take a look, Motorola declared Six Sigma, right? But they declared Six Sigma success. George Fisher wrote a letter, CEO of Motorola in 1993, says, we're done. We've completed the Six Sigma transformation. They started in 1986 and they got done in 93. What they had accomplished was 5.3 Sigma. It was not perfection. You know, they saved 2.1 billion. Sure, great financial result, but they never achieved perfection. If you take a look in the semiconductor industry, we are limited by our capability to measure at the nanotechnology level. You can measure in the semiconductor business, I think maybe down to about 3 to 5 nanometers, but you can't get to perfection measuring at 1 nanometer or changing the scale to go below that. So perfection is an elusive goal. Now we can aim for it but you have to be satisfied with optimizing probability performance based on what you know. And that's what a Kalman filter does. It uses what's called Bayesian statistics. So Bayesian statistics takes the prior distribution, how well we got. It uses noisy measurements because we can't measure everything well. And over time, because it happens very rapidly, it improves that to a new probability distribution and gives us improved knowledge. That is not a new system. Kalman created that in 1960. It was applied. I had 4 patents in artificial intelligence. We applied it in military applications in the 1970s. And so what we have to do is to say, how do you put that, just like we took the internet from the 1970s and put into the public domain? We have to take that type of thinking and probabilistic thinking and move it out of the realm of a classroom or a high technology application that's very sophisticated and move it into the real world. And Amit, you're right. This is the software solution to the technology problems. If you take a look at just the deterministic mechanical engineering approach, you have to have deterministic solutions. If you take a look at the systems approach, you have to have a probabilistic solution. And that's a major transformation in thinking for everybody.
Okay.
Thank you for your question.
Yeah, okay. So Pooja, does the time allow us for any more questions?
So we have too many questions in our question box now. So I think we should stop here and go ahead. I'll mail all the questions to Dr. Gregory Watson for his answers. So
okay, we are sure that we will definitely address all the questions and we'll send the answers.
you're going to, sir. Yeah.
Within a week's time. That I hope,
Yeah.
Dr. Watson, it's okay with you.
Yes, it's fine.
Okay, fine. So yeah, I'm sorry we'll have to move to another session, though it was very interesting with Dr. Watson. And with your deep knowledge, we really got to know so many things which are new to us. And it has really been an eye-opener for us. And we definitely look forward to having more sessions with you in the near future, so that, because with just one conclave, I don't think it's just not even a scratch on the surface. So we would like to have a more deeper insight and really create an awareness amongst our industry, especially the MSME, how they can leverage the quality 4.0, whatever is applicable to them, and take advantage of that. Because as you know, that
I'd be happy to, CK. And
yeah.
I should also just mention, I'm also doing quite a few pieces of work with CII, so that it's at the industrial level.
Okay, fine, sure. Definitely we'll be seeing you again. And I'm sure that the audience, they are very happy to see you and hear you. And they would like to, they would look forward to many more such interactions. So with this, I thank you again. And I thank Mr. Sunil Mathur again for the wonderful session. It was very interesting and enriching for us. So with this, I would now request Mr. Manoj Belgaonkar to take over the session number 1. But before that, I would like to introduce him to everybody. So that would take a couple of minutes. So Mr. Manoj Belgaonkar, Head Regulation Standards and Quality Management System at Siemens. He's a leading expert in the areas of technical regulations, product conformity, and market surveillance, working closely with ministries and industry associations on these topics in the context of Industry 4.0, cybersecurity, machinery safety, application of digital technologies such as blockchain for product conformity, etc. Member of Indo-German Working Group on Quality Infrastructure, Senior Assessor for CIM Exim Bank Business Excellence Awards, FICCI Quality Excellence Awards, member of BIS sectional committees working on topics of quality management, electrical safety, automation, and robotics, recognized by World Coaching Congress at Business Excellence. Coach of the Year 2019, Fellow and Life Member of the Institute of Electronics and Telecommunication Engineers, New Delhi, Fellow and Chartered Engineer of the Institution of Engineers, Kolkata. So over to you, Mr. Manoj Belgaonkar.
Thank you. So I hope my voice is clear. I think I had some problem in the morning, so I've changed my device. That's why I'm asking this question. So thank you very much, Mr. Biswas, for introducing me, and what a fantastic way to start 9th Virtual Quality Conclave with address by Mr. Mathur and Dr. Greg Watson. I think last about 8 months, I had a privilege to attend, I think, 3 sessions by Dr. Watson in CII, and every session takes the understanding of quality 4.0 really deeper. And so thank you very much to set the tone for our discussion of current discussion, quality 4.0 in the context of industry 4.0. Quality in the era of industry 4.0. So in this new age of manufacturing, I think technology is one of the aspects of a broader quality transformation that must also focus on people and skills. And quality 4.0, as we learned, is much beyond just technology and brings several opportunities to the industry. So this session aims to highlight how managing quality in the era of industry 4.0 has evolved also into quality 4.0. So maybe before we begin, I'll just would like to give a few highlights to set the tone of this session, and then we have exciting presentations from 4 speakers as well. So as in one of the article, I think Dr. Greg Watson has said, quality 4.0 is the application of digital technologies to productive systems to gain the profound knowledge of their operations, so they may be optimized for performance in real time. I think this real time really adds a completely different dimension to performance management as well. So what it means, for example, companies now are shifting from mere customer satisfaction to customer experience, instead of focusing on meeting characteristics requirements, going around enhancing goodness and how to avoid badness. So basically, business aspirations are based on customer focus, and that's the basis of managing quality. And we need to also manage environment, not only customers, not only suppliers, but we also need to look at now other stakeholders as well in managing of this whole topic. We need to have a personal commitment to quality, and not only by the quality team, but also from top management and each and every person who is managing quality. And that's where we need to look at not only the product quality, but also service quality, also process quality. So all the dimensions of quality we need to look at. Failures and mistakes, that's why it's extremely important they're discussed openly to improve systems. And some of the key things, obviously, which means we need to plan processes, implement study, but we need to realign to enable achievement of performance as well as managing risk. So it is not only managing performance, but also we need to look at how do we manage risks. So what are those key questions I think we would like to consider in today's discussion? So about 3 or 4 questions which we have put for ourselves as the panelists, and then they will come back with their experiences in their professional organizations. So one of the key promise of industry 4.0 is about providing personalized products at mass customization costs. This means moving beyond customer satisfaction towards a customer experience, and how organizations are moving toward this, and especially how quality is being planned in processes. The second aspect is how your organization's digital transformation roadmap is shaping quality 4.0, and what are the new imperatives for quality 4.0. The next one is how the quality cockpit is evolving. So no more KPIs or MIS, but how the cockpits, real-time cockpits or dashboards are evolving to manage quality. What are the skill sets required for quality professionals, and how organizations are working on skill enhancements? And the last aspect is what kind of changes are taking place on decision making, especially operational decisions which are supported by data, decentralized decision making, empowerment to shop floor teams, etc. So these are the 5 points which we have chosen to focus upon the quality 4.0 in the era of industry 4.0. And to know more about it, we have the first panelist I would like to introduce, Dr. Purnendu Sinha. He is a technology leader, IoT Analytics Group Technology Innovation Office in Tata Sons. Dr. Purnendu Sinha works with Tata Sons, where he is engaged in fostering innovation in Tata Group of companies in infrastructure, aerospace, and defense sectors. He additionally leads Industry 4.0 and data analytics initiatives He's associated with the Department of Heavy Industries Center of Excellence in Advanced Manufacturing Technology at IIT Kharagpur, driving research collaborations in areas of digital manufacturing and additive manufacturing. Dr. Sinha obtained his PhD in computer engineering from Boston University, Boston, Massachusetts, an alumni of IIM Ahmedabad. He completed 3TP Senior Leaders Program at IIM Ahmedabad. He is a fellow of Institution of Engineers and also a senior member of IEEE. He is the chair of Program Review and Monitoring Committee of Department of Heavy Industries Samarth Udyog Initiatives at 4 Center of Excellences. He is also core member of CII Smart Manufacturing Council, where he leads the working group on assessment. He is also chair of Manufacturing Working Group of Future Tech Panels of the IIT India. So over to Dr. Purnendu Sinha. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Belgaonkar. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation. I believe Mr. Mathur and Mr. Watson, Dr. Watson, actually have set the stage quite nicely, and and part of the questions which you articulated, there are a few questions which I'll be talking about it today. So could you please confirm if you are able to see my screen and I'm audible, visible, please? Somebody could confirm whether my slides are...
Absolutely right. You're able to hear and see. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thank you. So, one of the notions for Quality 4.0 is also related to discovery. And I thought, I'll put the title Quality 4.0 for discovering insights into performance. And these are some of the topics aligned with what Mr. Belgaonkar you mentioned regarding the questions. I'll touch upon, what are the emerging imperatives for Quality 4.0 and how is digital transformation shaping, 4.0, and how the operational decisions are supported by data, and what are the challenges involved in that. So, if you recall the way Dr. Watson was highlighting the changes in the mindset of the people is required both from grassroots employees level to the leadership level. It's imperative that the quality has to get into the design and every stage of the product development. And another interesting thing which is coming out is you touched upon also is that looking at the different dimension of quality. So, for example, if you are looking at car, so just to explain the dimensional aspect of it is that you have to look at the performance of the vehicle, which is the drivability aspect of it, and also the look and feel, the paint, the appearance, all those things, right? So quality is not just focus on one, but it is encompassing a larger scale of things. If you look at healthcare devices which are going to be manufactured in India in large volumes, again, the performance and the durability, usability of these devices by people who are not very savvy with using these equipment need to be all taken into account. And given the fact that if you look at medical devices, any non-conformity to the regulations can also affect the reputation of the brand and also cause them license, right? So that's something very important to keep in mind as we move forward. Some bit to relate to, and I will touch upon system thinking a little later, but the cross-functional collaboration across the supply chain and reinforcing the quality culture is something which is very much the need for the hour. And all these things, if you look at the digital initiative will help us align these well. So if you look at Quality 4.0, in one way to look at it is that it leads to connectedness, intelligence, and that's where the AI, ML, data analytics would come, and the automation. And and I won't go into the details of these. Connectedness is that you have all your systems connected, the data is coming, You are able to perform some sort of analytics to gain insights. And automation brings flexibility, reduction in wastage. You have the standard procedure followed, so there is no room for any inaccuracy creeping in. So if you look at from digital transformation point of view, the access to data and and integrating it across various aspect of your say manufacturing end-to-end process will tell you where things are going well and where things are not going well. And that's where just looking at my cell and looking at my cell performance is not going to be cutting the ice, and you have to start looking at from a larger system perspective. And what has happened over the last few years, that the enterprise quality management system, as they are evolving, they are allowing you to assimilate the data from different systems, allowing you to collate these things to get some sort of a dashboard which can help you track the key KPIs which you have for the quality. So the value proposition you would have from the digital transformation is that it will augment the human intelligence, which was humanly not possible to sieve through all the data which you probably have collected. It will allow you to look at how adaptive learning can help you look at how a particular type of machine has worked in past and what sort of things were done. And especially in terms of, if you look at the fleet of robots or fleet of motors, they could also look at adjusting the process parameter and other aspect of it, and self-correcting. It also helps you to anticipate changes, reveal the biases which are creeping in, allow you to self-regulate, and that is coming from the adaptive learning aspect, and manage the productivity and quality. And overall, it provides you a forum for doing the holistic design making. So, this chart you might have seen. This was a study which LNS Research had done, where they identified 11 pillars for quality. And what the key aspect here was that they touched upon PPT, which I joke about, that PPT is not going to leave us alone. It's the people, process, and technology. And they have these 11 pillars which you can read through. And the key aspect here is that what they advocated, that there is something which is core to the quality for the traditional quality, and then once you have mastered that traditional quality, then only you can move on to quality 4.0 initiative. And if you look at from a people, process point of view and technology, change in the outlook towards accomplishing continuous value delivery and customer experience, and looking at being innovative rather than just the incremental improvements across. So these are the cultural change or cultural shift you would require. And from a process point of view, you have to look at how you are bringing transformational and radical changes in the way you go about delivering the values to the customer, and the governance mechanism to sustain the momentum. And from a technology point of view, there are a lot of tools and automation techniques which are coming in, which will allow you to improve the overall efficiency. So just wanted to also highlight that if you look at World Economic Forum, lighthouse factories, and what I was trying to relate to is that these lighthouses factory, which are like about 65 or so, have been earmarked now. Are there any quality related aspects which these lighthouses have looked into? And if you look at, there is a large chunk of use cases which are related to digital quality management, and some of the low hanging fruits, I'm not getting into a lot of AI and other aspects, but the low hanging fruits are like you can have digital work instruction, you can have standard procedures, you can have the looking at the aggregating the field quality failures, and also doing the predictive analytics for quality improvement. And these are some of the things which you can easily implement and then build on these to move on to AI-enabled and AI-powered, and also having machine vision-related inspections. So the last topic which I wanted to touch upon was on the decision making, and it's shown in other fields that AI/ML has made the data-driven decision making much more of a robust process, which allows you to be self-aware of where things are going right and wrong, and allow you to adapt to the changes in the environment and the emerging and ever-changing customer and the market demands. You can look at predictive quality analytics to forecast the quality of the products, the component and material which are being used in the entire manufacturing or in the production process. Machine vision, as I mentioned earlier, that this is something which you can look into, and since the video analytics is very heavily supported by deep learning methodologies, allow you to automate the inspection process all along the production line. Digitized standard operating process is also emerging as a key enabler for improving quality by establishing the consistent and working practices across the organization. It allows you to maintain a high level of quality, ensure that there is a work efficiency and safety norms are all followed, and also allows you to prevent failure and support you to comply with the industry regulations. With data and the data analytics techniques, you can also do root cause analysis. You can also look at digital tools like digital twins, which allow you to do real-time process simulations, which can tell you how things are behaving in the physical world as compared to the digital world. And there are a lot more you can get out of having the data-driven decision-making process. So, Mr. Bilgaonkar, that's the last slide I have from my part. I will pause here, and I don't know whether you would like to pass on to the other presenter. We'll come back to the questions.
That's right. So we'll just go through the presentations, and then at the last, we'll take the questions. So I have a couple of questions. So thank you very much, Dr. Sinha, and we would like to move to the next speaker. So next speaker is Dr. Lovnish Chanana from SAP. He's the Vice President, Governmental Affairs, Asia Pacific and Japan region at SAP. He's responsible for driving the public policy and thought leadership engagements for SAP with government and other stakeholders. His domain of responsibilities covers engagements related to policies such as data governance, cloud, IoT, cyber security, etc., and key programs in the region. He is also responsible for strategic public sector business support. Dr. Lovnish brings more than 27 years of wide-ranging IT and consulting experience to the role, with a track record of strategic engagements on IT in government. He has handled multiple consulting and IT implementation projects. He has also been contributing to capacity building of government officials and has designed and developed training programs on various areas related to information and communication technologies in government. He works closely with academia in facilitating a strong industry-academia connect. Before joining SAP, Dr. Lovnish has held leadership positions with IBM, KPMG, E&Y, and National Productivity Council of India. He holds a PhD with research focus on mobile governance. He holds a bachelor and postgraduate qualification in industrial engineering. So over to Dr. Lovnish Chanana.
Thank you, and my apologies. It was working till now from the previous session, and I'm having connectivity challenges now. But so I've switched off my camera. Hope you are able to hear me. And can I request Pooja or Ashish to share my presentation? I can run past that from here. Otherwise, I can manage without presentation also. Ashish, would it be possible for you to share the presentation?
Yes, Ashish will be displaying.
Okay, great. And thank you, Mr. Purnendu Sinha, for setting the context. It was beautifully done. as my presentation comes on. The idea, the new narrative that I wanted to highlight on this Quality 4.0 theme is this whole quality management in what we call it as the intelligent enterprise. The whole narrative of quality management is changing, one in its shape, second in its application due to the developments in the digital space, and what are these, and what would be the impact on the way we look at quality, the way we measure quality, and the way we monitor and manage quality is something that I wanted to focus in the next 10 minutes that I have been given. Now, I don't know if the presentation has been shared. Ashish, I can't see it at least.
Yes, we can see presentation and we can also hear you.
Okay, you can move on to the next slide, Ashish, as I'm talking, the slide number 2. Let me set the context. First, all of us are now in sync that today digital consumers are a reality today, and pandemic has brought it even to the forefront in terms of establishing that what's in it for me, which was missing in terms of going digital. Now that has been established, and the digital consumers are a reality today. Now the point that I'm trying to raise here is because there is a digital consumer which is the reality today, there will be a corresponding pull to the digital supply chain, to the digital production, and the end-to-end digital management for those also who were sitting on fence in terms of taking the digital journey or not. They are left with very little options now with this demand and ask coming from the consumer. Second important point that I wanted to highlight is from a digital society, we are now moving to what we call it as the digitally intelligent society. That is, there is an element of machine intelligence. There is an element of the power of the computational power of machines in terms of intelligence that is getting supplemented. And today we are talking to machines. Machines are talking to us, and that is the journey that whether somebody wants to accept or not, we have already taken it. And the impact of that is we have always worked on the digital optimization piece. The digital optimization that we always wanted is probably giving is fading in terms of the approach to digital transformation. Digital transformation is actually acquiring a much wider narrative in terms of the new business model, new organizations, new organizational models. Most important is the shift to the focus from the how part that we were all focused on when it comes to measuring quality or when it comes to managing quality, the shift from how to why. That is the shift from operational data management and measurement to experience data management. That is, we say that we are entering into a consumer experience, a customer experience, and the answer to why is actually shaping the imperative, the requirements from a quality management system more than the what and how part. And another important shift that is happening now, we were so used to using data for the measurement of process efficiency, for the accomplishment of process objectives. We are now moving to the data defining processes. That is, the process is becoming a variable term now, because the data will now shape what is the shape. The simplest example being the logistics from one place to another will now be shaped by the data governing the weather forecast. So these are some of the changes which are actually laying the foundation for rethinking. Can we move on to the next slide, Ashish? Now, what does it mean? The new narrative, as we call it, is from value creation to products and services. We are moving to value creation through experiences, and that's something that that will have a major impact on how do I look at the quality of products and services. As I mentioned, it's moving to intelligent societies. From innovative business models, the parameters are shifting to innovative new forms of aggregation, new forms of organization. The simplest example of such new forms of organizations being the aggregator. And one of the biggest change that is actually now coming in, that between me and collaboration as humans, machines are now the co-workers. Machines are now becoming the co-workers. Hence, my quality and my level of engagement. And if you look at the autonomous cars, the management of the ecosystem for quality is a human-machine joint interface and joint integrated approach, and not really the standalone kind of approach that we were thinking on. And we are now moving to what we call it as intelligent enterprises. Let me share with you what does it mean when I talk about this term called intelligent enterprises. Ashish, the next slide, please, slide number 4. Okay, so as we have moved in the automation journey, you would see the blue bars that are there on the screen. The automation has increased. The process that has happened is the repetitive tasks that we were so used to, whether it was the customer care operations or whether it was, have been taken over by machines. The simple diagnosis, the simple responses, and today, the focus and the competitiveness of organizations is through the yellow bars. That's how we actually focus, how much do we focus on higher value tasks. So from my efficiency to effectiveness, now it's the focus is on the choice and priority among what do I want to do. Now that's where the intelligence in the enterprises is coming in. Move on to the next slide, Ashish. And this is the point that I wanted to highlight. We were so used to using the operational data. We are now adding the experience data onto the operational data, and technologically it is making it very very much feasible and possible to capture the experience data along with that. That would result in my end consumer participation. One. Second, it will result in my end consumers' involvement in the product design and so. And that's where we say the experience management journey is already here. Let me give a simple example. Move on to the next slide, Ashish, of a public transit system. I have so far been used to measure the efficiency, the performance of a public transport system in terms of on-time performance. I have so far been used to measure the public transit system on wait time, the fuel efficiency, the carbon footprint. These were my operational parameters. Today, the experience parameters could be, I would travel by public transport, but there is no connectivity yet to my house. Traveling, the buses they're not enough buses in rush hour. That qualitative parameter is now getting merged, and together these two would help the organizations to decide on what could be the road charging, what could be the congestion free route optimization. These two will become the way as we move forward. So then somebody may ask, let's move to the next slide, Ashish. Somebody may ask, so what is unique? We have always grown about technology as we have moved forward. The distinction in this phase is it's a two-way evolution. That is, the data I am feeding is the data that is being used to give me solutions, and hence the quality imperative changes, and hence the quality focus changes. And that is where the impact is so profound on people that all companies and governments will need to develop insight on that, and hence the corresponding implications for my quality system. Now move to the next slide. This is my last but one slide. If I have to look at the cyber physical approach to a quality management program, broadly what is required to be focused is obviously the regulatory ecosystem, the digital infrastructure which will permit me to enable the delivery of services, the whole work organization and redesign with the new job roles getting into existence with this, and obviously the skilling. Some of these will shape the cyber physical. Now to conclude, I would just like to leave with some thought process. Go to the next slide, Ashish. We are moving we are distinguishing between the process quality and data quality. Now the digital quality management systems and the linkage to the quality of digital systems. This is something that is a very interesting subject. And in terms of skilling quality improvements versus the self-learning, particularly in machines, as we are moving to the knowledge sharing culture onto the standardization aspects, and more importantly, the operational quality versus experiential quality. And all of us today will agree that quality for growth versus the quality for sustainable growth is something that is very, very important. So some of the points that I wanted to highlight in terms of the development in the digital ecosystem and the linkage to the quality management systems and how this will reshape have been covered by me. Happy to answer any questions, Manoj, after the presentations by other speakers. Thank you so much for your time.
So, thank you, fantastic, Dr. Chanana. I think a really completely different set of thought. So I would like to move to our next speaker of today, Mr. Anshuman Tiwari, Global Head of Delivery Excellence at DXC Technology. Anshuman is a process transformation professional with experience across multiple industries, including banking, professional services, IT, and manufacturing and consulting. He's currently Head of Delivery Excellence at DXC Technology. His team focuses on portfolio health, performance reporting, compliance, and improvement across delivery. His team also manages all quality and process certifications for DXC. Anshuman has earlier worked with E&Y, HSBC, ANZ, Infosys, and Pimpro. Anshuman specializes in setting up and scaling world-class operations excellence programs. He has active experiences across quality management, Lean Six Sigma, Global Quality Awards, and detailed operations. He is often the bridge between technology and operations. Anshuman is driven by impact and loves to lead people to deliver amazing results, usually 10x or more. In the last few years, he has also managed large RPA and digital initiatives. For his sustained involvement and contribution to quality, Anshuman was elected a fellow of the ASQ in 2013. He has a BE in Industrial Engineering and an MBA in Operations Management, lives in Bangalore, India. Anshuman also holds several other certifications, including Change Management Practitioner and Lean Six Sigma Master Black Belt. He writes as a hobby and has a podcast. So welcome, Anshuman.
Sure. Thanks a lot, Manoj. I notice I'm being made a presenter, but I don't need to be because I don't have slides. As a aside, I don't like slides. So I'll speak if that's okay, Manoj. And thank you, first of all, for the introduction. I don't know where you dug up all this because I have forgotten most of what you mentioned. And which is my appeal to all quality professionals: forget your past. The present is completely different. Future will be completely different. What got you here won't get you anywhere else, at least in the future. So I have long forgotten what quality meant 20, 25, 15, 10 years ago. Forgotten in the sense that I don't brood upon it. It is obviously important to know where you come from. It is obviously very important to know what lessons you draw from that past. But it is extremely foolish and futile to believe that those lessons will apply today as well. Case in point is many of us extremely fond of Lean and Six Sigma in a time when automation and analytics is taking over our lives on a daily basis, right? Instead of working on trying to apply Lean and Six Sigma to these areas or trying to merge them and find a common path, I, on a daily basis, work with people and meet people or counsel and coach people in the quality profession who are whose only grief in life is that nobody wants to do a 100-day Six Sigma project today or a 6-month Six Sigma project today. And I only point them toward where they have missed the bus, probably about 10 years ago. So the those are some of my, kind of key thoughts around people in quality. That the definition of quality has changed. I don't really subscribe to quality 4 or 5 or 3 or 2. It doesn't really matter. What matters is what is my quality today? Where am I? Which is very similar to saying that when Six Sigma preaches or any other quality profession preaches 99.99% or 99.9996 to be precise, for the one customer who did not get what he or she was supposed to get, the failure rate is 100%. So our quality rate doesn't really matter to that one customer who did not get what he or she ordered, asked for, depending on the industry we are in. The failure rate for the Kalpana Chawla flight was 100%. So and so that's my definition of quality. That's how I operate. Not very interested or bothered about the nomenclature around 3 and 4 and 5. Very soon there will be obviously 5. If we all hang around in the profession, there will be a 6 also, right? But if we don't change the foundations and fundamentals of what we are doing as a profession, we will probably be having another seminar and discussing about 5 and 6 and not doing anything about it. So on those slightly, controversial to say remarks, and those who work with me always credit me with this, that I may not help them accomplish much, but I can definitely challenge. The 2-3 points apart from this that I wanted to make were also one, and I will get into questions so that we can take more. One is the quality of quality professionals. Not much is being done about quality of quality professionals. People join quality field for work-life balance, which is complete nonsense. Like every other field, only the people who are passionate, knowledgeable, impact-oriented, are interested in doing something, succeed in quality. So people who are attending this conference or will watch this video later on multiple platforms, please do not join quality for work-life balance. There are maybe other departments or other functions, certainly not quality. And if you're trying to work for me, certainly not. So that's a issue which I see, because in interviews I conduct, there have been people who say that, I find quality of life, work-life balance, and all these things are very good in your department, and therefore I'm keen. Now that's the last criteria I would like to attract somebody to my team, right? So I am here to make an impact. I am here to help the organization make more sales, reduce cost, increase revenue, have higher customer satisfaction, happier people around, and so on. Those are worthwhile goals to have, not work-life balance. It is I'm not saying that, work-life balance is not a worthwhile goal. It is just not the primary goal for joining quality. So that's a appeal to all quality professionals or would-be quality professionals who want to get into the field, that do not consider this as a career sabbatical that you can take and just relax and swim through 2 years and 3 years and then get into another more meaty role and so on. The other concern around this is that we've in trying to go for what works for the 0.01%, we have forgotten what works for the 99.99%. And this I say with some responsibility, that all the material, all the hero worshipping that goes on in the world of leadership and related topics is about those 0.01% people who made it big, and not about the 99.99% who didn't make it big. Not that they didn't have the talent, maybe they had the talent, they didn't have the opportunity, or they didn't use the opportunity, and so on. My request is that many of us, maybe all of us, with the exception of Dr. Watson, are in that 99.99%, and there is still a worthwhile life to live. There is a job to do, and certainly in the last 1.5 years, 2 years, we are grateful that we have a job to do. Many don't have, and we should be thankful for that, and do some good work instead of doing the hero worshipping of 0.01%, which doesn't work. What worked for Steve Jobs is not going to work for you. So so that's where I bring in the concept of every day better. If you can make today's quality better than yesterday, tomorrow's quality better than today, you are on the right path. The quick other point is around professional quality. The profession needs a name. I've been very, I would say, interested in this name, qualitist, and this was coined by Dr. Juran in his Dr. J.M. Juran in his magnum opus many years ago, the history of quality, the world history of quality. And in India, of course, it is completely embodied by Suresh Lula, who's one of our founding fathers of quality in India. And I certainly think that the word qualitist as a profession is needed. Every other profession has a name. We don't have a name. We just hang around. So it's time that bodies like QCI or other national and international bodies try some name. A certification doesn't define us. There needs to be a profession that we have, and I believe that among the few luminaries like Dr. Deming and name was mentioned earlier, Dr. Juran, many of these things. Juran did mention the profession, and you coined the word qualitist, which we've been trying to popularize in India. So my appeal again to participants in this conference and other speakers is that let's try and popularize that name. We are not getting anywhere if our profession doesn't even have a name. I think there was one more area that Manoj, you mentioned earlier on around some of the metrics and related stuff. So we can get to that when we get to the questions. But these were some of the opening remarks without slides for me.
Okay, so thank you very much. So perfect. I think we are on time. So I will just move to the next last presentation or last panelist, and then we will open it. We already have few questions I can see in chat. Mr. Amit Burundia, Head of Technology, Center of Excellence, IoT and AI at NASSCOM. Amit is a technocrat with strong business acumen and leadership experience in technology, research, engineering, commercialization, product lifecycle management, P&L management in Europe, Asia, China, and America geographies. His experience also includes establishing new business unit, products, and departments for MNCs in India from scratch. Presently, Amit heads the technology in NASSCOM, COE, IoT, and AI, with goal to accelerate the adoption of deep tech solutions across domains. So over to you, Amit.
Thank you. Can you just make me a presenter or?
Ashish, can you please
just let me know if you can see my slides.
Yes, we can see your slides.
Okay, so thank you, and I'll just give a rider that I come from very technology or a tangential look at the quality. I have some challenge around, so okay, I think it's okay. So I think we'll just skip through this slide. Everybody understands what exactly the quality is, and in a nutshell, what we know is quality impacts top line as well as bottom line, and it's one of the most important or critical aspect of overall existence of a business, and more so in this pretty timeline where technology and the customer expectations are changing pretty fast. So if you look at what are the typical challenges with the quality management system with 4.0 or the high or deep tech technology, which has percolated throughout the overall humanity. So the manufacturing has become more complex. The efforts have become lesser. They are traceable and predictable. And if you look at what are this, all this have created a very different challenges for the quality management systems. For the single reason, the technology is vast and fast, so it's been changing in 2 dimensions rather than 1. And QMS needs to be adaptable to this changing landscape of technology. What we observe is there are too much of documentation with many details, what is been traditionally done in terms of managing the quality. Too much rigidity, mostly works in silos and less collaborative. These are the few things which are, I won't say hindering, but it's not allowing the manufacturer or the companies to accelerate their pace of development and holding the quality at the prime. And customer, at most we see that customer is not at the core of the QMS, but the process is. And we saw this in the last couple of discussions around what revolves is one failure in the customer is 100% failure of the quality around. So one reason which hold back is lack of data or a proper data without bias. Near real-time data and processing such complex data is beyond. So these are the few challenges which we think the quality management needs to tackle out if they have to have a real pace with this technology acceleration around. So just for the sake of audience, what we are talking about, I know most of might know what the IoT or the AI would be. I just wanted to give a quick overview how this overall layer works out. The critical component of this overall IoT is a sensing layer where you have sensors to sense data or a manual or an ERP system to put the data. Then there are certain gateways which push this data either to the cloud or a processing unit where it might be on-premise or on the cloud. And then we have various application layers which are built on overall gateway around. The more important part of the IoT is on the 3 C's, what we call as computation, control, and communication. And this is very important in terms of any IoT device where we need to see how do we do the computation, how we control, and how do we communicate around. For a brief idea of what AI or other things are, AI is not a new field around, but there are 3 big undercurrents which have happened in last couple of decades. First wave was internet. Though there was an internet available, but the overall data was still at a very small percentage of people had this whole access to the internet. But the second wave which came out, which was this mobile, that suddenly bloated the overall generation of data. What does that also give is economy of scale. Now we can generate data with a relatively lesser cost. And the third way, which is more important, which is coming in, how are we trying to amalgamate the AI data and the cheap cost of processing? So these are the 3 big undercurrents which probably can help overall QMS to do the quality management in this very accelerated world at a very fraction of the cost than what was envisaged earlier. And it's not that we didn't have an intelligent system, but what is changing around in present landscape is, if you see on the left-hand side, we have this kind of expert system where all the rules were in place and we were querying it and getting an advice. The whole idea was dependent on the expert knowledge around. And what is being changing around in today's world is there is humongous amount of data which is coming out. And from the manufacturing perspective, if you look at, this data is well structured, well aligned data in opposed to what the internet is giving you. Then there are machine learning algorithm which has been democratized by lots of big players around or even freely available. You just have to train the model, and this model is a self-trainable model. So what does this mean is once you predict and the results are not good, the model retrains itself and makes it more smarter as you go forward. So the real track what comes on now is with the help of data, the dependence on the expert has been reduced. I would not say it's an elimination out, but it has been reduced. And this is something which can benefit a lot of SMEs, SMB, where they cannot have an expert to come and put the overall processes in, which might be costlier for them. So if you look at all this, what does quality 4.0 means for us? It says industry 4.0 applied to QMS. It's an automation of repetitive processes around. It is IoT to collect and analyze the big data. It is using the cloud technology to analyze data at a near real time. It's an automated inspection and data insights which gets at near real time for you. And it not only does the inspection, but also try to predict or forecast or even prevent using the deep tech technologies around. So in a nutshell, what does this mean is digital transformation of traditional management system is what Q4.0 is. And if you look at the pillars of quality 4.0, it's still the people, process, culture, and in addition, there is a technology which is IT plus OT coming together. If you see the impact of Industry 4.0, it's again cuts across complete value chain, being it from supply chain, predictive maintenance, predictive condition monitoring, contactless workflow, you name it out. But the goal of all Industry 4.0 is quality control, is one of the pillar why people are moving to Industry 4.0. So this is something which QMS can easily leverage, because one of the pillar for Industry 4.0 is to improve quality at a lesser price. So we talked about in terms of what is this new paradigm coming up with AI and ML around. So if you look on the left-hand side, it is something which we did traditionally. We have hypotheses, we do random sampling, we compare characteristics, and we draw the conclusion. And in this new realm, what you can do is you can just take the data, apply the different algorithms together, and data would get you the insights which is not required to go through this cumbersome process or a domain expertise what is required to do this hypothesis testing around. And good part about the manufacturing or the SME part is data availability is there with the reliability. There is a lot of structured data which is available, and there is a lot of democratization of the algorithm which has already happened around. So the new 4.0 paradigm will help real-time monitoring, process monitoring. It will move from batch testing to 100% testing. This is all possible, and I can show you a couple of real-time example what we are doing it in the COE. Timely and advanced alerts to arrest the bad quality. If you look at the overall algorithms, which can even look at the raw material part of it and predict that the whole batch cannot be a proper quality, that can happen at the entry of the raw material itself rather than having the overall batch produced completely. And the second or the last most important is unbiased compliance and accountability can happen. And even if you can look at the future, it can be audit can be done on a real-time basis around. I can give a couple of examples which has been there in the literature in terms of new paradigm. One very important was this real tail light, where most of the engineering folks are looking at the tail light to find out what is the root cause. But when the software was running around, he found the software found the root cause was on the roof. So sometimes this is just to share. Sometimes the prior knowledge or too close to the problem hinders everybody to find a solution if the whole hypothesis are applied to the new problem around. Today we have computer vision which can be used for QC, surface defect, etc. We can also use NLP, natural language processing units, to calculate all your human written text to the quality matrices, which probably gives you an unbiased and a real auditable data around. Just to go forward within the COE, what we are trying to do is quality is one of our pillars. So we do this quarterly manufacturing innovation challenge, wherein the companies or the sponsor company give their challenges to us, and we do it in open innovation challenge. This is one of the challenges which came from a leading boiler manufacturer and company, wherein the idea was the QC process was very cumbersome due to the regulation which comes from IBR, and also they need to do a lot of documentation to measure this overall the QC which was done. Also, the QC had a expiry date, which means that if a boilerplate has been QC'd on today, within a quarter it expired. So they needed a certain kind of technology intervention where the operator, which might be a lesser skill operator, can easily do away with all these checklists. So we came up with an AR solution wherein the moment you put your mobile, the particular part has been identified, checklist has been displayed, and the overall quality guy can put a lot of data into it, what he observes, and it can be real-time validated by a supervisor on the floor. This is something work which is in progress around. Just to see, sometimes people do say that how do you try to match the high-speed manufacturing which comes from the high-tech line. So this is another very interesting use case which we had from tire manufacturer. If you see that the whole tire has 50 different checkpoints to be done under 30 seconds with 360-degree rotation. The challenge here was in terms of, if you see human capability of doing this, it had a lot of errors going into it, just because of the sheer numbers of production and the time they have to do the manufacturing. So computer vision algorithm helped us along with the mechanical jigs wherein the tire can be placed at appropriate time, and we can do the computer vision based QC happening around. This is also work in progress around. This is another very good example wherein we try to see, even in the manufacturing of yarn, the overall technology can intervene in terms of the quality aspect. If you look at, this is a classic example when you see the batch process. The quality checks what happens in this yarn or yard is only after the yarn is been coned, the overall thread has been rotated around the cone. So you don't see the internal part, whether there is a decolorization or there is a drop of gradient, what is happening around. But with the help of computer vision camera or high-speed camera, we can easily see not only the gradient difference, but if there are some denier breakage which happens during the yarn. So that helps in quality grading the overall yarn processes around. And within this use case instant, the another use case is to see the pulp quality and predict whether my yarn would be good or bad. This is what I was telling in terms of using this latest technologies or the technological intervention with the data which is already been available in the manufacturers. We can easily predict what would be the quality, where the technology can easily predict what are the quality parameters which can be altered, or will the batch would be a good or a bad batch. So that is it from my side, pretty quick overview, but we can talk out later in the question and answer.
Okay, excellent, excellent. So we already have few questions coming up. I think what we saw, most of this quality management typically is spoken with respect to the value addition processes in manufacturing. So one of the question I would like to ask, maybe Amit, you can answer this, is how this whole thing can be applied to the software manufacturing or software quality, because that's still a black box, because you need to bring the quality, I will say rigor, what manufacturing has also to the software side, and they have a different way of thinking.
So there are a couple of ways to look at it. One is NLP has not been used much in software, where we know that nowadays the NLP algorithms are human readable or human understandable. And if you look at the development of the software, which is like aligned, say you have made a product and there is a similar product, you can easily use NLP to develop the test cases for you. With 60% or 70% completely developed test cases coming from algorithm itself. Second important aspect is in terms of the simulation portion of it. Right now, we have that kind of capabilities in terms of cloud or a processing where you can simulate or emulate hardware, software, even in complete smart city. An example would be Singapore, wherein you can create that kind of test bed. Whenever somebody comes up with certain solutions, they can easily punch in into the simulation environment and get the results and see how good, bad, or worse this solution can be worked out. So one thing which is primarily required in terms of software engineering is also move out from, as we said, move out from the traditional way of looking at it, that once I have a requirement, I need to do a test case with the written out. We can leverage, I can give another example. There is a wonderful project which is going in CMU, which is called as never ending language. So they scrap the whole universe every single day and then build a relationship between different entities. So whenever there is an entity, say Prime Minister of India, we know that, okay, Prime Minister of India is Mr. Narendra Modi living in Delhi, or this kind of entities can come in. And this is something which is very unique in terms of what technology can bring in, not only to the software. You can develop your domain expertise using your past data, using your text around coming in. You just need to scrap it out. You need to build up a lot of algorithms, and then you have the domain experience coming in. Similarly, you can even do it with your past data of the quality around. You can just flush in all your data and see what the model comes up, and then have a human in a loop to improve that model, and then bring up a data-driven model where you can do a lot of interventions which can come in, a lot of interventions which you want to do can be simulated immediately.
Okay, so thank you. I think next question, Dr. Sinha, for you is, for a startup, how could the probabilistic approach be applicable? Say, if we involve ourselves into probabilities, will it be difficult for operations?
So I don't think probabilistic approach has anything to do with whether an organization is SME or a large organization, right? It's there are two approaches. One is that if you have little bit of data, you can fit into a probabilistic model to see how your systems are behaving, and that is more of a statistical technique, right? And that even if you have a limited set of data, you can try fitting any probabilistic method and it will give you some sort of a prediction. Whereas if you are going purely from the data model or data-based analytics, then you would definitely require large volume of data to begin with so that you can build models which are able to predict something, right? So it has nothing to do with whether you are an SME or you are a large organization. It's just the fact that whether you just want to get a quick prediction by looking at some statistical model. And just to emphasize, there are very good statistical models which have very good predictability, right? It's not that for everything you have to run to AI ML kind of a thing, right? So that's the short answer. I hope the person who asked gets to see that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question to Dr. Chanana. Please explain process data versus data quality. You're on mute.
I believe the question is different. Explain process quality versus data quality. That's yeah. So what I was highlighting is the management of processes per se today will be dependent on the data that I feed in. It's not a one-way process, and hence data quality that comes in for the purpose of laying the foundation for my process management and redefinition would determine how good or how bad I would be in terms of ensuring the quality of outcomes and also the quality of management of that particular process. So it's very important now to focus in addition to the traditional process quality thought process to an added discipline of data quality, which will get merged into that and ensure that there is a holistic measurement because as I mentioned, whatever we are feeding into the system is now going to give us the directional clarity on where this particular thing has to move, and hence the importance of quality of data cannot be left to the technology or the IT folks. It has to be as essential to emerge and get immersed in the overall quality culture, and that will lead me to the overall process quality. That's the linkage that I was trying to establish.
Thank you. So next question to Anshuman is, let me read. Digital quality is well taken when this comes to manufacturing or even services. The touch at the floor customer is missing, and therefore quality 3.0 or 4.0 even shall not be able to yield the desired results. Your views on this? Shall I read
Slightly, no, I think I broadly get that, the person asking the question is also hinting that there are new, so to say, digital quality, right? Whatever be the name, right? You already guessed that, I'm not too much into names, but whatever be the name, we are saying that there are new methods of collecting data and compliance, right? So, in a manufacturing process, if some material is moving, it is now possible to conduct a lot of compliance related checks, which were the bedrock of quality, right? So at some point, quality was primarily inspection, like we heard earlier in the session, and it should change, right? Like every other profession, like every other subject, things should change. I agree that manufacturing is probably ahead in that. Service is not too far behind. So if you look at, for example, my organization, DXC Technology, And like any other large IT services player, there are a few in the audience and the speaker panel. It is quite possible to identify network outages or in advance. Right? It is quite possible. There are prediction models. There is ability to do that. In the core services or like for example a banking process or something like that, there as well a lot of inspection or compliance is now done quote unquote digitally, or there are systems to attract that. So I think this is the way forward. It's not in the future, it is already there. So if you are not using it, you are actually behind the curve. That would be my crisp response. I believe the questioner probably had a very specific context which I could not get from the question.
Thank you. So maybe another one or two questions. One question, I mean, there are many questions, but to Dr. Sinha, can you elaborate on automatic root cause analysis?
Okay, so if you look at the traditional root cause analysis, you look at the problem, you go through 5 whys and things of that nature. And if you have been recording this, and there is a digital record of these things, right? So you can take that and use that data point for building model, right? So you can train machine to use your earlier manual activity of root cause analysis to see what was the problem, what were the questions and inferences drawn from those questions, and what was the end result, right? So there is a tagged inference for every problem which was encountered and analyzed. What we are saying that through automatic root cause analysis, you are building that model, and then subsequently any problem which crops in, there is a augmented human intelligence leveraging from this model. It may not be perfect, but it will give you enough indication that you narrow down and focus on certain very critical aspect which you can spend 1 hour rather than spending 10 hours to starting from the scratch, right? But this will not happen overnight. You have to build that culture. You have to start recording, digitizing your entire root cause analysis exercise which you have been doing in past. Yeah, that's all from my side, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Anshul, you had raised hand. You want to add something?
Yeah, I just wanted to add, so yeah, and this is in context of the earlier question as well, that manufacturing, service, and other industries. So in quite a few industries, particularly services, there is a new, it's not really new, but it's been around for maybe 5-10 years, process mining. And that is a precursor to this kind of a root cause analysis, right? So for root cause analysis, you need causes or potential causes, right? So I try and take people back to the basic fundamentals that, you need to be able to ask, why do you want to do this? So you want to ask this question, and why do we want to do this root cause analysis? Most root cause analysis are in reports which are in bookshelf, which are like the one you see behind me, and never read. So if your intention is to action, then process mining is a good area because it actually mimics and picks up data from the actual process. But then you have to trust it. Then you don't bring your own knowledge and think, I think this must be the case. Then trust the data. Most people, most reports that I see want the automatic stuff, want all the gizmo digital stuff, but then want to bring in their own half-baked knowledge and opinions and impressions, and what is also called hippo, highest paid opinion in the room. So that doesn't help. So just add on to what Purnendu said, that use all this, but then stay true to the fundamentals and the data.
Okay.
Thank you, Anshuman.
So
I think you elaborated it quite nicely. So thank you for that supporting.
thank you. So Anshuman, another question to you is, what is the new definition of quality?
We didn't do justice to the old definition, so why do we need a new definition? So people who are trying to spin a web around new definition of quality should focus on what can be done today to make tomorrow better. definitions and all, there are academicians, there are professors who will build those definitions. But the old definition of quality and the only definition of quality is fitness for purpose. There is no other definition.
Definition doesn't change, but the means might change. So definition is same. It doesn't change anything. The means to reach that change, because of this whole technology acceleration, whole change in the mindset, might change. But quality is quality.
Absolutely. So I have two last questions, one for Amit, for you, and then later I will ask Dr. Lavnish. These days, number one is a lot of value addition is coming on software, and that's where many of the products are actually offered not as a ownership but as a subscription model. So how do you see quality moving in this new business model?
So
because it's not quality in manufacturing, but you have to also leave quality during usage of the product while it's being used. So
yes, and then the whole line what I said was customer has to be at the core of the quality now, not the process. And now when you go to this subscription, iPaaS, PaaS, SaaS, all this model, wherein it's the ownership is not only that I ship out good product. The ownership is the customer who's using it is elated, is delighted, and he doesn't have any challenges in terms of using the product. That gives you another big issue, because being a human, we are very unpredictable. Everything is dynamic. When you do this kind of system which are at scale, the only thing is errors are prone to happen, because you cannot do 100% when you're sending in say a software for 1 million people around. But what is important is how fast you can resolve and how fast the customer is satisfied. And that only happens when you have this mindset that the quality is not for me to ship, but quality is for somebody who will be using my product, service, or even my telephone call, whatever. That mindset, the customer is now at the core, and which eventually will happen today, tomorrow, or day after. This is bound to happen. The power will be in the hands of the customer, not in the hands of somebody who's making that services.
Thank you. Excellent. Excellent. So Dr. Lavnish, so last question to you, especially you're talking from the government experience. So because of this changes in circular economy, for example, so I'm bringing a little different dimension. How do you see quality moving into the era of circular economy, which will come, say, in another, I don't know, maybe 10 years time, which may mean a real-time regulation, not the post approach. So what are your views? How do you see this aspect for quality professionals? So for circular economy and real-time regulation.
So, I mean, obviously, the real-time regulation is an enabler of the ecosystem that one would assume, and to some extent, we are already seeing a lot of developments coming in. The first white paper on the kind of circular economy thought process has been brought out by the Ministry of Electronics and IT on the e-waste regulation. Now, the role of technology in actually circular economy is to make the processes itself circular. So in the sense that that gives me a supply chain transparency, will give me as to at what stage I can make my process circular, and hence try to reduce and aid the circular economy process, circular economy per se. So that is an enabling role in terms of the circular economy movement, if I can use that word. And everybody appreciates today the linkage of such initiatives which are more towards sustainability, like circular economy, you said, to the overall profitability of companies. Forget about the national sustainability things that everybody talks about. Even the linkage to corporate profitability is now being realized, appreciated by people. So from that perspective, technology can help you provide that visibility on how do I make at different stages, examples being ethical sourcing, at different stages, where all I can reuse. And even if I have not been able to reuse, there are already talks of the e-waste aggregator platforms, or otherwise the waste aggregator platform. So there are multiple dimensions of technology enablement of such things that can happen. More important is the regulation point that you raised, Manoj, because that will create the ecosystem in which these efforts and these initiatives that we are talking about will actually start from. And we also see considerable, and I'm underlining the word considerable, thought process towards building a regulatory ecosystem which will at least facilitate or foster some level of this thought development around this process. So we have already seen regulations around data, the data protection, the personal data protection or otherwise. We are already observing things around e-commerce on that. So there are a number of regulations that are coming. The logistics policy, if we see that has come in draft form, has a huge technology component inbuilt into this. So what is happening now, the gradual shift of technology becoming a horizontal in all the policy prescriptions is actually becoming visible. And going forward, what will be very interesting to see, and I always give this example, the distinction between cybersecurity and public safety products will very soon diminish, will very soon merge, and hence the adoption of technology as a horizontal in data-driven policy making has begun to happen. The only thing that remains to be seen is how fast or how quick we are in terms of pace of such adoption. So initial steps are there. We only look forward to taking taking off on the runway that is laid already. Let's hope our flight will be comfortable, Manoj.
So thank you. So thank you very much for a fantastic panel discussion we had. So I think we have already exceeded by almost 16-17 minutes, and we see next panel members already online. So thank you very much for your wonderful insights on quality 4.0 and how it's shaping the industry 4.0. So over to Mr. Biswas for the next session. Thank you.
Okay. Well, welcome back. And on behalf of the National Board for Quality Promotion and Quality Council of India, I wish to thank Mr. Manoj Belgaonkar, Dr. Lavneesh Chanana, Mr. Anshuman Tiwari, and Dr. Punendu Sinha for their wonderful presentation and an insight into what this really is, the new subject. So I'm sure that with this, many of us would be enlightened on how we can go back and rethink on our what the concept of quality is. And with this, I go on to the next technical session that is to be moderated by Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia. So but not before an introduction of Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia.
So just take a moment to thank you, Mr. Belgaonkar, and thank you, Mr. Biswas, for the opportunity. So we'll sign off now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Nice.
Thank you. So Mr. Rajendra Singh Bhatia, who will be moderating the session number 2, technical session 2, is the President and CEO of Bharat Forge Limited, Kalyani Group. He has pursued his BE honors in civil engineering and subsequently earned his post-graduation specializing in structures. He's a fellow of the Institute of Engineers. He has done his master's diploma in management from Symbiosis and master's in management studies from Osmania University. He has served as an instructor and directing staff in a number of prestigious establishments and institutions. He has also served as defense advisor at Mauritius. Rajendra Singh Bhatia is currently employed with USD 3 billion Kalyani Group, a leading engineering conglomerate headquartered in Pune, Maharashtra, as President and CEO, Defense and Aerospace. Under him, Kalyani Group has forged partnership and collaborated with major defense and aerospace OEMs of the world, including Elbit Advanced Systems and Rafael Advanced Systems of Israel. He is a senior member for CI National Defense Committee, executive member of SIDM Board and FICCI National Committee on Defense. He is currently chairman of CIWR Subcommittee of Defense and chairman of the SIDM Subcommittee on Land Systems. He is chairman of board of Analogic Control Systems, KRAS, a joint venture between Rafael and KSSL, BFPEL and Kalyani Strategic Systems Limited. He is also executive director on the board of BF Elbit Advanced Systems. He has been a member of various task forces like Kelkar Committee, Dhirendra Singh Committee, and was also nominated as chairman of the subgroup for macro processes and management for selection of strategic partners. So welcome, Mr. Rajinder Singh Bhatia. So we look forward to your moderating the next session. And I also welcome the speakers on board for this session.
Thank you, Mr. Biswas. I hope I can be heard, because in this virtual sessions, one needs to be sure that you can be seen and heard. So I hope my voice can be heard clearly. If somebody can just acknowledge. Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we start with the next session, sir. Mr. Biswas, thank you so much for introducing me and handing over this session to me. This session, which is the technical session, deals with strengthening the Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative with quality 4.0. Before I introduce the, I would say, very eminent panel which is going to be discussing these issues in the next hour and a half, which is available with us, let me first lay down the context of the so-called Atmanirbhar Bharat. This word has been in vogue for the last year and a half. But the key point of this actually originates itself from Make in India, which started in 2014 as the flagship program for the last government in the first avatar. In that, Make in India was an initiative to make India a $5 trillion economy by giving a boost to the industrial revolution and especially focused towards manufacturing. Now, what was looked at was that today India's total GDP would be approximately about $2.8 to $2.9 trillion. We have about 16% as manufacturing GDP, which brings it to something like, if you do a simple calculation, just about $480 to $500 billion of manufacturing. If we were to move to a $5 trillion economy in the next 4 to 5 years, which were the areas which could give it the impetus and the growth? And the areas which were seen were in the manufacturing, and there were a number of sectors which are identified in Make in India initiative. And it was felt that to reach to $5 trillion economy, we'll have to bring the manufacturing to 25%, and hence the manufacturing in the next 5 years should become in excess of $1 trillion from where it stands at about 400 to 500 billion, which means the increase which is 2 to 2.5 times. Now, this was the genesis of all the activity which happened on Atmanirbhar Bharat. For this, obviously, domestic consumption is not the only area where you will be able to get into. So you have to get to the global markets. If you have to get to the global markets, you have to be globally competitive, not in one particular aspect of cost, but quality would be playing a very major role into your trying to occupy any job which is available with anybody else. At the end of the day, it is a zero-sum game. If you have to gain, somebody has to lose. For you to gain, you have to be that much superior to take that work share out of somebody else. So this was the real genesis of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. But was it to look inwards? No. It was not to look inwards. It was, in fact, look outwards by propagating Made in India for the world. And that is where the criticality of so-called the quality consciousness, Industry 4.0, and the role of the quality, which would determine whether the targets which you have laid down for yourself are going to be achieved. Having laid down this as the thought process for today's discussion, let me now introduce the panel which is there with us today. First on the list, we have Mr. Ramchandran. He's done his BTech from Institute of Technology, Madras. Thereafter, he had a long stint with Maruti Suzuki for 23 years. And since 2011, he's been working with Ashok. He has got a number of certifications on quality, is eminently suited to discuss whatever we are looking at. And some very interesting part in the panel today, that we have a number of people who are very fond of music. So let the music begin when the turn comes for Mr. Ramchandran. The second panelist we have today is Mr. Suresh Babu. I did see him some time ago, although I can't see him on the screen right now, but he was very much there. He is the Vice President, Supplier Quality and Logistic Development with Schneider Electronics. And he's been in quality, marketing, manufacturing, human resources, and you say it all. In all aspects of business which would be there, he would be talking on the impact of the quality in the second part of our discussions. The next we have Mr. Kumar. Mr. Kumar is Head Quality Powertrain Solutions for Bosch Limited, and he would also be speaking to us. Last we have Mr. Sanjeev Singh, but I was told that instead of Sanjeev, it will be Manjeev who would be speaking today. Is that right, sir? You are on mute. You'll have to unmute yourself.
Now, I didn't get a question, sir. What is it?
I was told that instead of Mr. Sanjeev making the presentation, Sanjeev Singh, it will be Manjeev Singh who will make the presentation. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Sheth. I'll have a general discussion with you, but the presentation of what we have been doing for Industry 4.0, he'll give a presentation of that.
So, thank you so much. Mr. Sanjeev is the MD of Gillard Electronics. He is also CEO of Gillard Application Programs LLP, a software company. He has conducted many training sessions and lectures on a variety of topics ranging from HR practices to quality to business approaches. He is an avid golfer, a student of classical music, and also plays santoor. So I did make a mention that we have a lot of people with the music as the interest, and actually quality can be the music to the manufacturing or the industry. So with this as the introduction of the speakers for the session, the first talk is going to be by Mr. Ramachandran. So may I request Mr. Ramachandran to please take on. You strictly have 15 minutes for your presentation. Thereafter, we will keep the question answers at the end of the sessions. Each panelist will have 15 minutes to make a presentation. So please start.
Good afternoon all. Are you able to see my screen?
We can see the screen. Thank you so much.
First of all, very good afternoon to all of you. It's my pleasure to be with you all. I thank Quality Council of India for inviting me for this session. It's a very interesting session. As stated by Mr. Rajinder Bhatia, what is Atmanirbhar Bharat and what's the role of Quality 4.0? Atmanirbhar Bharat to me is self-reliant Bharat, wherein we become economic superpower. Where are we in terms of economic superpower today? Today we are in the world's 7th position. We are the 7th largest economy in the world, and our ambition is to become the 3rd largest economy within the next 5 years, which is what we talk about, $5 trillion. Now, to do that, are we in a position? Where are we to do that? If you look at it, let's take the example of automotive market. Today, India is the largest tractor and two-wheeler manufacturer, and second largest heavy-duty truck manufacturer, third largest bus manufacturer, and fourth largest passenger car manufacturer, apart from China, Japan, and Germany. So, if you look at automotive field, we are already there on the journey. Very much possible to reach this target. Second is we are the digital knowledge leaders for the world. You look at all the digital companies, our leaders are leading this. So we have the advantage of digital this. Also, we have many positives to attract global investors, like very young population. Youngsters are very aspirational and willing to stretch themselves. We have good resources, and also domestic market itself is big enough, very stable government, and we have fantastic connectivity through our coastline, which is one of the longest. So with all that, I'm sure it is not that whether we will reach this third position and will become an economic superpower. It's only question of how quickly we reach there. So to do that, what is the role of quality 4.0? First, what we will discuss what's quality 4.0 and what we need to do. We'll discuss in detail. I'll give the examples of Ashok Leyland. Right. As Mr. Bhatia said, to become a globally competitive company, you need to have technology, quality, cost, service. Everywhere you need to be superior than most of the people. Then only there is a gain of business. On the quality front, while we talk about quality 4.0, we should remember very clearly this quality 4.0 will come on the foundation of the quality, which is very traditional in nature. As somebody discussed in the previous session, the definition of quality doesn't change. The perception, the way what we look at may change. But we need to be very clear and very sure that we strengthen our foundation by doing the right things, right time, every time. We need to be very customer centric. These are the foundations which will never change. And we need, while we focus on quality 4.0, we need to be very, very focused on ensuring that the traditional quality elements are kept intact and strengthened. So for the success of Atmanirbhar Bharat, strong focus on quality foundation and also then transformation to quality 4.0, which is based on the digital technology. Now, what is we interchangeably use industry 4.0 and quality 4.0? Are they same? Of course, the foundation, the digital technology which is used, the ecosystem is the same, but the objectives are little different. Like if you look at industry 1, it was more about mechanical, then we moved to electrical, and then robots and IT. Today we are talking about artificial intelligence, IoT. So there are dramatic changes on that. So these changes have also driven changes in the quality revolutions also. Quality 1 was focused on inspection, then design became the focus area for quality. Then we talked about the culture of quality, which is TQM and other areas. Now we consider quality as a discovery for the new insights about what customer needs, what are the dynamic changes, how we can make business opportunity by delighting the customers using the digital technology. So very interesting transformation. While both are on the same platform, the objectives are little different. Now quality 4.0, what it is? It focuses on 3 things: people, process, and technology. And the ecosystem is based on deep learning, neural network, machine learning, artificial intelligence, blockchain, big data, and also enabling technologies like data science, which includes even edge computing. So this is the foundation for both industry 4.0 and quality 4.0. Now this quality 4.0, I told that 3 pillar foundations are the people, process, and technology. There are 11 pillars based on which quality 4.0 is formed. Here, most important is we need to be focused on data for key decision making. If we make the right decision, half success is already ensured. Similarly, the analytics part of it, rather than going by perception, we need to go for deep analysis, and the analytics of big data throws up a lot of very useful information. And similarly, connectivity among people is very, very important. Scalability is the most important. Supposing you do one project, take a local software and do, tomorrow you have to redo the whole thing when you try to scale up. So always remember, when you do something, consider the aspect of scalability and build the platform on scalable technology. Now I will move to automotive field, how this works. In automotive field, if you look at it, let's start with, let me take the product development. Product development uses a lot of data and also throws up a lot of data. So all this design data, validation data, it plays a very big part. Similarly, supplier parts, including his raw material source, process controls. Then in the manufacturing plant of the mother plant, the entire data, including the end of line testing data. When it goes to customer, we look at warranty data and repair data and things like that. Now we have a lot of connected vehicles, so telematics data plays a very important role. But when we use them in isolation, we get benefit, but it is to the scale of X. But when we combine all of them and do a analysis which is really, really big, humanly impossible, you can use a computer, artificial intelligence, computer vision and things like that. You can get a lot of insight into this one. This is what is going to bring business to all of us in the coming years. Without this, we can't satisfy the customers. Now let's look at how Ashok Leyland moved. In the design stage, there are 7 phases we use for from conceptual stage to testing, validation, and final launch. Here, we have now created a synchronized single platform wherein entire details at every stage, even the smallest incidents, gets captured. Now, this data has become so powerful that when we do data analytics, when we do failure analysis, it becomes a very powerful tool. And also, we have selected the platform in such a way we can scale it up for maybe 10 years, 20 years. All the data can give a very good knowledge base for current engineers, fresh engineers, and the new design engineers, and also for the new technology. Similarly, for the manufacturing process, from design, what is the input, what is the customer requirement, from that to bill of material to scheduling to customer, getting the material, kitting, direct feeding, and pick-up system, entire manufacturing process from tool, torquing, entire traceability is ensured, and all the test results are integrated into one system. So tomorrow, after 4 years, if the vehicle has a problem in a particular aggregate, you can still find out from where it could have come. Now, what we have used in this, a lot of sensors, robotics, horizontal and vertical integration. We do a lot of simulation before implement anything, so that it becomes almost first time right. And big data analytics is one area which we are using. I won't say that we have reached a matured level. We have a lot of potential to improve. So whether the torque connection or the final product, all are interconnected to this. Now, if I look at the vehicle level, there is interlocking of all the critical quality parameters with the main system. So if something is wrong, the line stops. And at the end of the line, before you pass it to sales, it has got all the data. If there is any particular CTQ is read, the vehicle cannot be passed to sales. So today we are having a peaceful life, and the customer is having excellent product. Not only we focused on the process, this thing, we also have quality digitization. It has gone a big way from the sheets, check sheets, inspection, putting a combined chart for analysis. We have gone for completely digitized inspection. The moment he inspects and finds a fault, the defect gets displayed in the station where the defect got generated. The time lag is maybe 10 seconds. So the operator who did a mistake comes to know immediately. And if he has done a good job, he gets also a smiley at this. So the communication has become super fast. Also the analysis, all the data now online within seconds available. What is the trend? What are the Pareto? And what needs to be done? Even the online SMS goes to concerned person if there is a particular defect which is occurring to large numbers. Having ensured the product gets manufactured properly and comes to the dealership, we focus a lot more on the quality part of the digitization, where we have many platforms like AL Care, Customer Supplier Mandi, and many more applications where the customer life becomes very easy. All our activities are based on customer centricity, and all our vehicles are fitted with iAlert system. This system connects the customer to the vehicle and also to us. At any point of time, we monitor more than 50,000 vehicles running on the road, and we keep on monitoring its performance. If anything goes wrong in a particular vehicle, immediately the pop-up comes here. We can hook to the vehicle and see what has gone wrong. So even before the driver comes to know, we come to know the abnormality, we contact him and tell him what needs to be done. By doing this, a lot of preventive measures are taking place. The failures are avoided, customer pain is completely reduced. This has become a very powerful tool for all of us. This, I talked about all the technologies from design to manufacturing to service. When we talk to culture, TQBM is a culture which has taken strong roots in Ashok Leyland. There also the digital is playing a very massive part. Daily work management, which is focusing on KPI monitoring and continuous improvement, has become completely digital. More than 90,000 KPIs are monitored by the executives through this platform. Even I can see with a click of a button among the 19,000 KPIs how many are having abnormality, what is being done on this. So this has become a superlative communication system on this. So when we do this, have we reached a very good level? I will say that we are in our journey. But what are the challenges we have faced and we continue to face? I will share with you, which will be very useful for all of you. Data quality is what matters a lot. You can build a fantastic system of IT-based system of quality 4.0, but if the quality of the data is poor, garbage in, garbage out, we will be wasting our time. So this is where we need to be really focused on. This is where the success or failure actually starts. Similarly, the data bugs, flaws, defects, glitches, we need to be continuously on it and do continuous PDCA to make sure we get the world-class system in place. And because if you deal with so many sources, the reports will come in completely different formats from multiple channels, but your system should be able to cope with all this one, rather than asking everyone to standardize only that way. Then most important is converting the data into meaningful interpretation and user spaces. So this is one area where artificial intelligence plays a big role. We used it in our new product development for BS6. We got a lot of benefits out of it, and it is a continuous journey. The maturity level is maybe 20%. I think exponential potential is there to take care. Then what is the most important thing is resistance to digitization. Many of the organizations are very comfortable with conventional quality management and they have allergy to digital. They think it is a showpiece. People make a computer report, it doesn't add values. If we are in that time frame, we are in the wrong time zone. Things have changed dramatically. If you don't adopt digital technology and improve the systems and go for customer centric quality, which will be superlative in terms of speed, we will not be successful. So it is very, very important to be connected to the customer, understand his struggles, collect the big data, and continuously improve the product. So that business will change dramatically, whether we like it or not. Digital adoption is inevitable for survival. Today, if you look at our revenue stream, majority comes from product, parts, and servicing. Very little comes from customer specific solutions. But within 4 years, you will find that customer centric solutions are the highest revenue generator. Rest of them will only be supporting activity. So my request to all of you is that take it seriously. Let's take the journey of Q 4.0 very forward, so that our government of India's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat becomes a reality very soon. Thank you, one and all. My pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Ramchandran, and thank you so much for sticking to the time. I think he brought up some very important points. First was that all this change, all this quality and 4.0 is not a question of whether, it is only a question of when it will happen. And the key point lies around people, process, and technology. Scalability will always remain a challenge. And of course, certain challenges which need to be overcome to making a success of it. I think with this, let's move on to our second speaker, which is Mr. Suresh Babu from Schneider. And he's going to talk to us about towards class-leading supply chain, smart factories, and quality management in the digital era. So over to Mr. Suresh Babu. And my small request, please stick to the time allotted, which is 15 minutes. Mr. Ramchandran kept it exactly to 15. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you. So let me quickly. Can you all see my screen now? Yes.
Yes, we can see your screen.
So, all right. So, welcome to all of you, and thank you very much for letting me speak in this very important event. Very happy to share with you what Schneider Electric is doing in the era of digital. Just give you a quick introduction of what is what is that I'm going to take you through. I'll give you a very quick introduction of Schneider, our supply chain strategy, and what we are doing with our smart factories in Hyderabad and Bangalore facilities, and what is it for us, what quality 4.0 means, right? So we in Schneider Electric, we are very clear. We have a purpose, and our purpose is very simple. It is really to empower all to make the most of our energy and resources. So we really believe that technology allows us to bridge the progress and sustainability for all. But Schneider, we call this life is on. Okay, that's what we really believe. And then really we believe that on one side we have to bring energy to all those people who doesn't have access to it, and there's a huge lot of 2 billion people on Earth who has to get energy access, and at the same time we have to make sure that the footprint of energy and resources, the carbon footprint, will be divided in two in the coming 20 years. So big challenge. So that's our mission. Our mission really is to become the digital partner for sustainability and efficiency for all. Now we are a 25.2 billion euro company, and we provide really energy and automation digital solutions for energy efficiency. In equivalent rupee term, we are a 2.12 lakh crore company worldwide with a very well balanced spend across geographies. We have sales of 30% in Asia Pacific, and close to 28% in Western Europe and 29% in North America. Quite a significant amount of money spent on R&D, and a well-balanced business. And 19 billion of our business comes from energy efficiency part of the business. So very clearly, one of the big challenge which we work on is sustainability. I think in the morning speakers did talk about why sustainability is important for companies. We have spent we have saved for us and our customers 107 million metric ton of carbon dioxide. We produce switchgears which are SFX free, really going to air as the medium. 75% of our products are green premium products, and we have declared ourselves to be carbon neutral by 2025, which is a very big challenge, and we have a lot of recognition in that area. So we really bring disruptive technology to make products and systems more sustainable. Now, what does that mean for us? And I think resilience, digital for resilience, is our business mantra as a company. And this resiliency is important. So we've learned collectively that, if you are only as resilient, you are only as resilient as the weakest link in your power and automation chain. So the way to get more resilient is to get more automated and to apply more analytics on the data you collect, and more predictive analytics. So that is what we have put together. We have put together a solution of our own, which we actually sell in the market, but we use for our own need, which is actually what we call the EcoStruxure as a product which we sell. So we have EcoStruxure grid, power, building, IT, plant, machine, which provides our customers with automation systems and a set of analytics powered by artificial intelligence, and to operate and predict what is going to happen with their installations in the future. And also that we believe that we have over the time developed a new equation for efficiency, because I think we will come to the whole Atmanirbhar Bharat topic, and these are resilience is absolutely important, sustainability is absolutely important, and efficiency is the last pillar, which is very, very important to make sure that we can reach our goal. So we can do energy along with automation. We can move from endpoint to cloud. We can actually design and build to operate and main, and site by site to integrated company management. So that is 4 times efficiency. And a very deep domain expertise in many domains like oil and gas, mining, metal, mineral, food and beverages, water, wastewater, buildings, top electricity utilities, hyperscale clouds, packaging machine builders. So you take any domain, we have very, very deep domain expertise, and we work with a lot of partners in whatever we do. 650,000 service providers and partners, and really we work in partnership with everybody through what we call the Schneider Electric Exchange, where we can actually exchange ideas and solutions. And we are one of the most local of global companies. Now, having said that, in our whole approach to supply chain, we have currently an ongoing program which I thought would be very apt to share, which is actually towards a class-leading supply chain. How do we build that? What does it mean? Really, there are several accelerating mega trends which is really reshaping the end-to-end supply chain: quality, manufacturing, procurement, distribution, logistics, everything. And customer personalization is one of the main avenues there. Climate crisis and sustainability is a key challenge. We are in a multipolar world, and there is a lot of call for agility and resilience, and we have seen that during this whole pandemic period, the need for super agility and resilience, and digital and remote everywhere. So that is actually the new normal in which we believe we are living in. And the impact for the supply chain is that customers really value anti-fragile and very personalized supply chain. I think Dr. Watson talked about it in the morning, and we believe that yes, customers do value that, and acting sustainably also becomes a unique value proposition for a company's growth. Agile and short supply chain is the new paradigm to be competitive in a fast-changing world, and digital, which is the 4th industrial revolution acceleration, which we are currently talking about. So what do we want? We actually built a program which we call Strive for the Best. We strive to be the most agile, innovative, planet and customer-centric supply chain. We have 17 customer segments where we operate, but we have 12 key transformations. So sustainability is one main avenue. So we want actually to be net zero carbon in supply chain. We want to innovate on circularity. We want to be very trusted by our customers. So we want personalized customer experience. We want superior quality of our products and services and solutions. And we serve web giants. Major customers of ours is actually the Google, the Facebook, the Microsoft, and anybody you look at in that area. And we want to be e-commerce ready. We want to be absolutely resilient. We have power of 2 for critical ranges. That means we have at least 2 sites in the world which produces the same product. We have 2 suppliers for the same components, so that we are absolutely resilient. And we want to be an intelligent supply chain. We want an autonomous supply chain, smart operations provided by EcoStruxure, as well. We'll talk about it, and end-to-end collaboration and orchestration of all that. And velocity and efficiency becomes the key So we want actually a very short and simplified supply chain, partnership with suppliers, and agile and empowered people. So that is the area which we work on. So for digital enablers, completely embedded into our transformation agenda. So you can see cybersecurity is really one very important thing when we move into the digital space. So we have protecting our EcoStruxure assets, data analytics and technology. How do we innovate and make predictive decisions faster? Data excellence and data architecture, and people and leadership as the 4 key topics. So we have a winning supply chain vision. So we want actually to be the best team powered by intelligent processes. So we want to be trusted by our customers. So we want actually the net satisfaction score on delivery for all customer personas about 60%, and measure and continuously improve our net satisfaction score on the use of offer. And we want actually to build a supply chain productivity worldwide of 1.1 billion euro and a cash efficiency of 500 million euro, and our carbon emission reduction by 17%. In India, Schneider Electric has been more than 50 years, and we have grown very rapidly. And in the last 10-12 years, it has been a significant growth, organic and inorganic, through acquiring many smaller companies and integrating into the organization. And our commitment to Atmanirbhar Bharat is definitely making India an empowered global hub for innovation and manufacturing. So we want actually to fully cover Indian customer needs, empowering India for India product development organization, robust supply chain model to cater to India market needs and export requirements, and drive exports to emerging and developing market from India by having access to Schneider Electric global footprint and accelerate digital innovation for our customers. So that is what our mission is. What do we do here? We have a huge operation. So we have 7,000 plus order lines which we deal, 11,500 crores of cost of goods sold which we produce. That's not our sales figure, that's a cost of goods. 28 factories, 35 distribution centers, 3,500 plus suppliers. We buy material worth 8,500 crores plus from suppliers across the world, mainly from India. A very widespread manufacturing footprint, different products being produced in different parts. So we have very pan-India manufacturing footprint. So it gives you the challenge in terms of what is very important for us to actually digitally connect and manage everything globally. What we've done, so Schneider Electric in the past years, we're using our own solutions to build what we call our smart factory solutions. So what is our smart factory solution? So the smart factory solution is really being disruptive is required today in the digital age to be even more competitive and to deliver greater value to our employees and customers. So our aim of the program is very simple. As we guide our customers in the digital journey, we have actually decided to build, use our integrating innovative technologies, IT solutions, data analytics to our manufacturing operations, and we use EcoStruxure for industry in our factories. So we have 3 levels of roadmap for our factories, which is standard, a connected factory for process control, step up, which is a strong level of lean digitization, and advanced, which is actually a high level of platforming data. So that is the 3 level which we look at. And in that journey, where we are today, so we really believe that we need to think big. We'll have to start by acting small and scale fast to deploy the smart factory solution. So we started in 2017 as a journey. We had 11 advanced factories, 25 step up. Today, we are actually in 2020, last year, we had 100 plus advanced plus step up factories and 200 plus sites connected to EcoStruxure resource advisor. So really, a big journey which we have accomplished, but still very, very far from where we want globally to be. So we have a showcase of our smart operations locations worldwide. So we have 2 locations in India, one in Bangalore and one in Hyderabad. 2 of our smart factories which are considered to be the showcase within Schneider Electric, and we will actually aim to get bigger recognition. Now, what does it mean for us? So it means for us that we really want actually to use this digitization powered by EcoStruxure is really creating end-to-end efficiency. We want actually agile management. We want shop floor agility, bringing control to the enterprise level, absolute agility in the shop floor. We want actually empowered operators. The factory operator needs to be very empowered to be able to take more effective decisions on the shop floor daily basis. We want better closed loop measurement and control for greater throughput and faster processing. We want planned and process and asset uptime. So we want absolute reliability. And we want our asset performance management highly optimized and to improve our profitability. And we want energy efficiency because that's one big cost which we have, and we want actually visibility, control, and optimization of power. So that is what we attempt to do. So a lot of things going around in the combining the energy and the automation part. I think morning the speakers talk about how do we move from the sensor actuator to cloud, which is the OT, the operations and the IT convergence, which is taking place, and integrating software from design and build to operate and maintain, and then from site to site to integrated company management. So this is real opportunities which we are using. And of course, while we do this, one of the main concern is that when we start connecting partners, solution providers, software service providers, how do we make sure that our whole asset and ecosystem remains out of cybersecurity challenges? So all our products which we build and deploy are cybersecurity by design, and we have system deployment to secure delivery products. And we have a lot of technology partnership to make sure that we have compliance. What is typically a standardized smart factory foundation for us? So by using our own solutions, we use Aveva Insight, which is to secure managed cloud for collecting, storing, and visualizing process and performance data. Then we have the EcoStruxure Resource Advisor, which is giving us energy and sustainability data.
Mr. Babu,
yes.
Wrap up shortly.
Sorry?
Mr. Babu, please try and wrap up quickly. You are reaching the time.
3-4 minutes. Yeah. So EcoStruxure Power Monitor Expert for EcoStruxure facility, 3D printing facilities, and remote quality inspection facilities for factory acceptance tests for our products. Augmented Operator Advisors, discrete lean manufacturing, DLM, and digital IDI and SIM systems, and versatility management systems. So those are typically what we do. So with apps, analytics, and services, we have actually developed up to 20% downtime reduction, 10% increased quality, 30% maintenance cost reduction, a big improvement in raw material consumption, and a significant reduction in energy cost. So with connected product, edge control, apps, and analytics services as a solution. So what do we have in our typical factory? We have an innovation hub where everything can be observed, what is going on in the factory, the business intelligence tools for doing the analysis. We can organize a smart visit today for a customer to the plant, completely virtual. We have the automated material handling robots, which actually takes care of all our material movement, fully digitized and automated. Digital idea implementation systems, that means anybody in the factory can actually pull in an idea, and that can be then analyzed, action taken. We have a 3D printing facilities which can actually take automatic message from a broken fixture and be able to create a spare part. We have a lean deployment system, which actually is fully digitized. We have a resource advisor for our energy consumption. We have robotics and augmented operator assistance. We have a digitized pocket system and a quality audit system, which is completely digitized for a startup of the line to shipping of the goods to the customer. And then we have the energy business advisory and e-versatility. A worker, how many shop floors and how many machines he can work on, that is fully digitized. And when he or she steps into that line, until and unless he or she is authenticated by a fingerprint, they cannot operate the machine. We have manufacturing change notifications, the endurance labs, complete e-calibrations, transport management system, the man-machine methods, material traceability, and the customer voice. So what is very important is we bring our customer voice directly to the center of our action. And then we connect our partners, suppliers through a solution called ProQMS, where we can actually manage, monitor all the critical to quality parameters. So, we have those typical smart lines which we run in our factory would have everything included today. So we have today Hyderabad and Bangalore as two factories which we run as Smart Factory and Schneider, where we are looking for we will be actually looking for an external recognition this year through the World Economic Forum, which has already recognized 4 of our factories worldwide, and we will be looking for the Lighthouse Factory recognition from World Economic Forum for one of our factories in India this year. Looking at the availability of time, I would stop there. I would maybe just pull in very quickly what we do in that.
I think you should respect the time which has been given. You have already exceeded. It's already 18 minutes of talking.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello. the next speaker we have is Sanjeev Singh, and I think he's nominated the young man Manjeev to please take it on. And the subject which he's going to talk on is Smart Manufacturing Industry 4.0 at Gillard Electronics. So Manjeev, your time to tee off. I said your time to tee off, and please take only less than 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
So I'll just take a minute and then we'll request Ashish to hand over the presentation to Manjeev. Sir, in fact, what I believe is that for Atmanirbhar India, the role of MSMEs is very important. As you know, themselves, they're into exports and they also, the supply chain to major manufacturing companies. And in the mind of MSMEs, we ourselves are a MSME. And I have interacted with, lots of MSMEs on different occasions. And there are some myths which are, floating among the MSMEs, which are restraining them from going ahead with Industry 4.0. First myth is that they say that Industry 4.0 is only for big industries and for multinational companies. It is not so. MSMEs need Industry 4.0 more than the multinational and big companies, because big companies already have SOPs in place, they have good implementation, they have good monitoring systems in place without Industry 4.0. But MSMEs need to get their SOPs defined, documented, implemented, and monitored. Second myth is that they feel that Industry 4.0 is very expensive. I would say it is not an expense, it's an investment, and the ROI is very fast. The minute you invest something, the returns come very fast. It makes it self-sustaining in its way. The third myth with the industry is that it is very high-tech and very difficult to understand. It is being made difficult to understand by people like us who try to throw in a lot of jargon which confuses them. But otherwise, it is not very complicated. There's a lot of common sense in it, and small steps taken can yield big results towards Industry 4.0. And the last myth which I feel come across is that it needs highly skilled people to get it started, get it going. No. The beauty of smart manufacturing is that you can get smart results even with not so smart people once you have it implemented. So that is my point of view. I'll take on this Atmanirbhar. Now I'll request Manjeev to give the presentation in about 10-12 minutes.
Right, thank you, sir. I hope I'm audible.
Yeah, you are audible.
Yes, I'm. Okay, great. And can my screen be viewed?
Yes.
Great. Okay. So good afternoon, all. My name is Manjeev, and I'm representing my organization, Gillard Electronics. I'm honored to have been invited to talk about smart manufacturing at NBQP's 9th virtual quality conclave. I will take you on a virtual tour of my organization, Gillard, and try to show you how Industry 4.0 has been implemented at our Mohali plant. A brief about my organization. Gillard, a premier name in electromechanical and electronic components industry, is a full service provider from concept design to mass production, including development and validation. We are actually celebrating our diamond anniversary this year as we complete 60 years of operations. Gillard manufactures a variety of products, switches, relays, connectors for application in automotive industry, tractor industry, power electronics, healthcare, white goods industry. I'm pleased to note that all my co-panelists are also our esteemed customers. We are supplying battery cutoff switch to Ashok Leyland, micro switches to Bosch, and receptacles to Schneider Electric. Gillard's customers include some of the best names in the industry. Besides being a supplier to the customers I just mentioned, we are also a tier 1 like Maruti Suzuki, Mahindra Swaraj, Hyundai, Denso, Hella, among others. Gillard is a design capable company and has an in-house team of product and process designers. We also have our own captive tool room equipped with modern machines. And we have an in-house lab which is equipped to perform validation tests. Gillard has multiple technologies under one roof, starting with our molding shop, which has facilities for injection molding of thermoplastic as well as thermosetting material. Besides these, we also do compression molding, rubber molding, and insert molding. Our stamping shop uses high-speed power presses and medium-speed presses and progressive tooling for stamp parts. Precision turned and machine parts are manufactured in Gillard's Automat shop, which is equipped with trobs and sliding head machines. Gillard's electroplating shop has lines for gold, silver, tin, nickel, copper, and zinc plating. Gilad has dedicated and flexible assembly lines for different products, catering to a large number of variants as well as large volumes. Now, talking about the year 2020, we know it's been a challenging year for the entire world, with many people and businesses suffering. COVID-19 disrupted businesses everywhere, and Gilad was no exception. As part of our Industry 4.0 initiatives, we already had an employee portal wherein the employees could log in from their smartphones. In COVID times, we exploited this portal as well as social media platform of Facebook to manage a two-way communication with each and every employee. Like the rest of India, we also had to close down our unit on the 22nd of March due to the lockdown. With an official statement issued by the management on our social media pages as well as on our employee portal. Throughout this lockdown, we were active on our company's social media page where our employees would get the latest updates on the matter. The concept of work from home became popular in the year 2020, but work from home for a manufacturing unit has limited scope. So what could we do best with that limited scope? Going digital was the answer. Gilad's HRD came up with a learn from home plan to train our people during the lockdown. We created a digital platform on our employee portal for trainings called Home Learning, where our employees could log in to train themselves on various topics with videos and presentations. The monitoring of the effectiveness of these trainings was also done with an online test. By the end of the lockdown period, we were successfully able to train 87% of the participants. The next COVID challenge we faced was when we restarted our operations on the 4th of May 2020. As India started to unlock, the movement in various parts of the country was restricted depending on the zone you were in, red zone, orange zone, or green zone. So the question arose, which employee is safe to be called to work? And can that employee actually come to work? To answer these questions, we needed to know the health status and location of every employee. So we conducted an employee survey on our online employee portal to understand the location of all our employees and their health status. Now, this data, once collected, was then used for daily manpower planning by our I'll be playing a video. I hope everybody can see the video. Right. Till now, I have shared how digitization helped us during the period of lockdown, but let's get deeper into the subject. Let's really explore what Industry 4.0 is. The previous speakers have already spoken on the 4 industrial revolutions, so I won't take much time on this slide and straight away go to how McKinsey defines Industry 4.0. So this is how McKinsey defines it. It can be overwhelming for an organization to understand, let alone implement words or concepts like cloud computing, Internet of Things, big data, cyber physical systems, and MSME can easily get overwhelmed by such concepts. So let's simplify it. Industry 4.0 or smart factory is when you have a virtual twin of your physical manufacturing unit, which means that all processes, whether manufacturing or business related, every activity that is happening in the physical world is captured through IoTs and digitally displayed on your screen as it happens. It also records and analyzes the happenings. It can also react and take corrective actions based on that data. Now I'll take you straight to a case study that happened at my organization Gilad, which will help us in understanding Industry 4.0. For this case study, we also recently won the DL Shah Quality Award from QCI for productivity improvement in our molding shop. A brief background about Gilad's molding shop. We have 20 machines in our molding shop that run for 24 hours in shifts. The productivity or efficiency of this department before we took this improvement project was about 62%. Now, to digitize our molding shop, we designed, manufactured, and installed these devices called PCMD, or process control monitoring devices. This PCMD device has 12 ports, which means that 12 machines could be connected with one PCMD. This is how the process works. Sensors are installed on a machine which sends data to the cloud or our servers through the PCMD device. Once the data is in our server, we can access it online through our software. This is our digital display device installed on top of every machine. The molding operator in this picture can access the data collected through the PCMD device. So what all can this operator do with this digital display? We can view the product picture. We can view the drawing of the product being made on every machine. The activity of petrol card inspection is now digital, with our quality inspectors giving petrol card inspection approvals on the digital display instead of physical petrol cards. The inspection report will be available in real time to the management on their computers. We can also view the machine parameters for better process control. With these digital display devices, the production operators can view checkpoints of autonomous maintenance right on the screen. Along with that, every checkpoint also has a video tutorial for the easy understanding of the operators. And if you take a look, you'll also notice that the checkpoints are available in local language. The operator clicks on the view button, a view video button of checkpoint number 5, for example. Let's take a look at another video to see what happens. Right, so this is an actual video that plays out on the tablet screen for the operators to self-learn. Right? So as a result, machine maintenance at Gillard improved. With these tablets, the production operators can also view production details like current production and their targets right on the screen. In fact, the top management, production heads can view production of each machine in the production shops on a single screen in real time. It provides us with freedom to monitor the production by sitting anywhere in the world and not necessarily by sitting in the production shop. Let's take a look at a video of Gillard's MD sir sitting in his office and monitoring production from his desk. Take a close look at the numbers on his screen and how they keep changing and updating with the data coming in. The data being auto-collected from the machines is then auto-analyzed by the software system and graphs are created. The system performs cycle time study and highlights stoppages for every machine. Whenever there is a stoppage in the machine, the system is designed to escalate this stoppage to everyone, starting from the supervisor to the plant head to the MD by sending a text notification on their mobile phones. This results in quick decision making on all levels to ensure that downtime is minimum. With such transparency in the system, the end result was quite good. The productivity of our molding shop shooted up to 87% from 62%. After getting good results in molding, we horizontally deployed the same solution to our stamping shop and our assembly lines. The best part about this solution is that it is compatible with all our old legacy machines. Machines which are 40 years old are also now digitized. Let's look at another video to see how our stamping machine is digitized. Take a close look at the end of the video where you will see the production count on the digital display device. I mentioned at the start that Industry 4.0 has to digitize not only your manufacturing processes, but also business processes. I've shown you how we digitize our manufacturing. Let me show a few glimpses of how digitization helped us with our business processes. Top management has access to important data in easy to read graphs. Here is a pie chart of sale analysis done by the system showing segment-wise sale distribution. This is product-wise sale distribution. And this is zone-wise distribution, sale distribution. The marketing and sales team can build new strategies and take decisions based on these sales trend charts, which are available customer-wise, product-wise, area-wise, segment-wise, or even manager-wise. Our production team does production planning using Gantt charts, which are generated from the system, taking current inventory levels and orders received as input. Production team can monitor the production trend charts, again, machine-wise, operator-wise, or item-wise to improve productivity. The digital system actually guides fresher engineers in our R&D or new product development department to work as per APQP methodology and helps in creating PPAP documentation. Engineers can create a part list, do function study of the product, conduct design and process FMEAs, create entire PPAP documentation, and check the status of the project to meet the start of production deadline, among other things. Documents like function study, QFDs, FMEA, PFC, control plan, DVPs, you name it, and the system will help you make it. The system provides access to all these documentation to anyone who needs access. This is what we call paperless working. The system has streamlined our payroll activities, linking the biometric punches with attendance, overtime, and leaves to create salary slips for all employees in just 4 clicks with 0 error. The system provides a platform to check online tracking of material right from the incoming to inspection to storage to work in progress to finished goods store to dispatch. It provides the location, quantity, and batch number at every stage of the process. In case of customer rejection, the customer just has to provide the invoice number and the material can be traced back to the assembly or production work order, which can then be traced back to the raw material supplier. We manufacture more than 2,000 kinds of finished products made from more than 6,000 number of child parts and 1,000 types of raw material coming in from about 300 suppliers. Such numbers are huge and can easily create chaos in an MSME like ours. This kind of management requires a good purchase team. But at Gillard, this entire work is done by one single person, all thanks to digitization.
Manjeev, you have to wrap up. We are exceeding the time.
I'm done, sir. With this, I come to the last slide in my presentation. Gillard has won various awards, including the Gold Award for Excellence in Digitization by ACMA for creating an Industry 4.0 plant. And that is what I've tried to show you here today. And once again, let me introduce and thank my MD, who has been the main force behind this transformation of Gillard on Industry 4.0. Thank you. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Manjeev. I think one point which needs highlighting, and I thought it must be brought up, is the point which Sanjeev made regarding the mindset change required for the MSME. You know, it is not a burden. This is what it is looked at. It can actually become an enabler going forward. I'm sure there are going to be some questions connected to this as we get into the question answer session. Let's move to the last speaker of this panel. And we have Mr. Kumar, who's from Bosch, and he'll be talking to you on repositioning quality for the digital era. Over to Mr. Kumar.
Yeah, can you see my screen?
Not yet. Yeah, we can see them.
Now we
can see the screen now.
Yeah. So good afternoon to all, and happy to be here in this good discussions with eminent panelists. Quick overview of Bosch for the common knowledge of all the participants. Bosch is in 4 business sectors: mobility solutions, industrial technology, energy and building technology, and as also consumer goods. And this is the turnover in 2019, nearly 400,000 employees and 72,600 employees worldwide. Bosch in India is 195 billion INR turnover in 2015 with nearly 31,500 employees. And out of that, 15,650 employees are in R&D. These are the various locations where Bosch in India is located, the manufacturing plants, and this we already discussed. Now I go to my presentation. Yeah, India needs a strategic shift in its policy on quality to achieve self-reliance. Yeah. Couple of colleagues already talked about it. Self-reliance is directly connected to quality. It is do you see a slideshow?
No, I think you just need to go to hide presenter view in your.
Okay.
It's fine now, so it's okay now.
Or maybe I don't show the slideshow. Okay, so I'll quickly run through self-reliance. I was just mentioning that it is directly connected to quality, and you know that it is widely accepted that the developed nations are able to dominate global markets because of their innovative products and their quality. And it is also clear that the Prime Minister with Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative wants India to produce goods of a quality that not only reduces our dependence on imported goods, as also makes them well sought after globally, while placing India amongst the foremost exporters of the world. Digital transformation is the profound and accelerated transformation of business activities, processes, competencies, and models to fully leverage the changes and opportunities of digital technologies and their impact across the society in a strategic and prioritized way. So I go to this will be the brief agenda that I would be covering: the scope, need, approach, challenges, and summary. When we look at the pillars of Atmanirbhar Bharat, the 5 pillars: economy, infrastructure, system, demography, and demand. The technology forms at the center, and there we can connect that how we can bring in digitalizations as also Q4.0 in the third pillar, where India need to become technology driven with the ambitions of 21st century. As you can see on the right side, the technologies are not. Maybe I close this. Technologies are not limited to just the product quality. You can see here supply chain, where we talk about the numerous opportunities that we have in the industry. Then convertible equipment, where automatically the sensor senses the height of an associate and adjusts the workstations. Shop floor management, predominantly on the product quality, then energy management, quality improvement, then adaptive testing. Of course, the training for the associates. Then I go to the next slide, what is the need? So the problem, as we all know, that is increasing product and supply chain complexity makes quality control is increasingly challenging nowadays. We have many factories and many cells with globally distributed supply chains, which are becoming increasingly complex, demanding customers with high variability in products, focus on autonomous cars, and also stringent regulatory requirement. They are all making the quality management more complicated. Existing quality processes are more human-driven and not the system or technology-driven. Capturing data, reporting, and monitoring is difficult and challenging. So we really have to think differently to automate the task in quality management. We heard some examples from the colleagues who spoke earlier. Looking into our industrial base in India, it is more of MSMEs than big industries where infrastructure and investments are constrained. Many look at depending on human capital than automated equipments, which needs economy of scale on investments. There are high turnaround for these human capital in MSMEs. You know, the associates, skilled trained associates don't stay for long. So the challenge is to how to ensure competency is retained. Change of associates frequently is major concern. And even if trained, the many repetitive nature of work will lead to fatigue, leading to failures. So quality control teams need to work towards problem prevention, more of preventive and predictive than reactive, which is predominantly existing today. So why digitalization is important for companies? So we know in businesses we already have these intelligent products and which can allow for more knowledge about manufacturing processes with connected products. Intercompany networking, this is IPN is International Production Network, where we already have the benchmarking instantaneously when something changes over there. Then implement in manufacturing process with continuous collection of data, and of course competitive advantages, and most importantly strengthening customer centricity. On the people front, we can use for the competency enhancement of employees, greater involvement in innovation processes, human-machine interactions with less location-based factory work, but with more virtual and mobile, supporting the current state of affairs due to COVID, smart assistant systems, more self-reliant autonomy, and decentralized management forms. Just a quick snapshot when we want to look at how quality management is evolved over the years. You know, we started from quality control and then starting also for the sorting of the activities, and then came the statistical process controls, and then TQM model, and currently we stand with the quality 4.0. And this, thanks to technology, we are in the right phase, and we have now the options of using artificial intelligence, machine learning, big data, etc., which will also help us in identifying and rectifying, thereby avoiding mistakes. So I will also explain some journey of Bosch in India in the coming slides. So how are we approaching in Bosch? You know, Bosch also has a software wing where colleagues are also working on different solutions. And what we do here is as a service provider, we develop digital solutions based on the need. And this is tested in the manufacturing plants. We have around 15 manufacturing plants in India. And then test and then offer these solutions as well for customers. One of the example is automated visual inspection. As you can see here, for one of the product, we have nearly 1,000 variants in fuel injection pump, where there used to be too many associates and having manual inspection. And the team developed a image capturing module with a robot, which now running pretty well, and this has also helped in avoiding the risk of monotonous job and thereby delivering defects to the customers. So in the next slide, we can see that another couple of examples on early warning systems where the system, based on the limit set, it keeps sending the alerts based on the number of defects that are produced, and then suddenly line will be stopped if something is not attended to it, and thereby avoiding that defect generations and prioritizing the colleagues that they have to come and work on this. Similarly, smart manpower planning, where associates suddenly doesn't turn up, then based on the situations, data across the plant, and the surplus associate who have already been trained in a particular job will be redirected, and thereby ensuring that the production doesn't get affected with untrained associate producing defective parts. Similarly, RFID technique in logistics and then asset management in the milk van tracking in the shop floor, as also energy management. Things have been implemented, and whatever is implemented in one plant is horizontally deployed to the other plants in Cochin, India. This is one example where we can see that traceability of workpiece carriers, which helps in faster detection of producing scrap, and thereby automated alert, and colleagues working on that, it is seen that there will be a scrap saving of greater than 10%. This is the one what I was mentioning, that benchmarking within international production network, where the different plants across the globes are connected and having a transparent data exchange, and they also look at what can be copied and implemented in one of the locations. So one example which we are also currently working in one of the plant in India is that anomaly detections, and we know that we used to, whenever work on the outliers, after it goes outliers, then people used to come together and work on it, which is deviation management, basically a reaction. So in anomaly management, it senses that something is going wrong outside the control limit, and then by using this machine learning and AI, it detects anomalies and then start working on corrective mechanism. One of the things which we have currently working with one of the customer is that predictive quality analytics, which is conceptualized and developed in India. First ever use case that can predict and give an early warning in the dashboard where the BOSH system fails, which otherwise would have costed huge for repair and warranty cost for our OEMs. And this is successfully implemented in one of our customer using their own connected device. Connected unit, this ITRAMS, Intelligent Transport Management System, designed and manufactured in India, that captures engine vehicle data with our ECUs, and then thereby working on the systems and then giving the alerts. So we also have a lot of strength in our India, where we have these Indian startup ecosystem, and digitalization expectations from MNCs complement with deliverables from Indian digitalization startups. And startups can also play an important role as catalysts in some of the cases as competitors driving the digital transformation faster. So I come to challenges. So the challenges also, we also have challenges that the industry has to face. To how can we expand the digitalization in entire value chain? Then what are the organizational priority? and change in mindset. Some of the colleagues also talked about it. For India to reap the full benefits of digitalization and minimization the pain of transitioning to a digital economy, business leaders, government officials, and individual citizens will have to play distinct roles. Equally important, they will need to work together. This is very crucial. So, in summary, we know this. India is creating an enabling ecosystem for smart manufacturing. We have strengthening in all the areas what we see here: connectivity, infrastructure, automation, skills, etc. So here we can see that with the connected data analytics and autonomous systems, artificial intelligence are building the factories of the futures. We have people and partnerships to play a decisive role. India has the right mega trends to support digitalization. And transformation requires massive shifts in leadership, culture, operations, and mindset. And in Bosch India, it is taken as a very priority thing, and we are progressing towards that very, very focused and also strategic topic. So with that, I conclude my presentation. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar, and thank you for sticking to the time. So all the four panelists have given their views on the subject. I also got a small chat from Mr. Regarding his non-availability beyond 2:40, Mr. Ramchandran. He said that he had to attend. But I promise you, Mr. Ramchandran, that we are try and wrap up this session by 2:40. We have about 15 minutes for the question answer session. And let's take the questions. Some of these questions are pertaining to a particular panelist, and some of them are general. So let's just get through with these questions and see if we can satisfy the people who have asked this. One of the most important questions which has come in today is that what about those MSMEs, like you rightly said, Sanjeev Singhji, that it's a question of MSMEs also, it is not so difficult. But what about those people, those who have not even implemented TPM today, and we're expecting them to go ahead and implement 4.0? How would you like to tackle this mindset of the small and micro enterprises in the country? Any suggestions on that?
Should I speak on that?
Yes, please.
Yeah, see, actually, it is all a matter of change, you would call it change management. How you got to change how to understand that how change happens. Once you get moving on to this rack of making changes, initially there's always resistance from the people, but there's a very short duration for that. You just overcome that, and the people are all game for it. It involves a lot of training sessions, a lot of positive attitudes, a lot of transparency in the working. When the people start working and realizing that all the things, when they're getting data in front of them, everything becomes very easy. A job changeover, a person coming and leaving, knowledge capturing, all those things happen in the system. It is very, very motivating for the people to watch. And once they're motivated and involved, they definitely get really serious about it. In our company, we have not had this problem at all. Actually, we've been working on this digitalization since a very long time. We started our system manufacturing ERP in 1987. So it's been a very long story. So our people are absolutely used to working in a digital environment. And I think it brings along a major cultural change in the company, which is very, very useful.
Thank you. Mr. Ramchandran, there is a question for you, which said that you talked about data capture. So one of the people who have been listening to your talk asked this question, that what type of data you capture, whether it's structured or unstructured, and if it is structured, what percentage is structured and what percentage is unstructured. Would you like to comment on that, Mr. Ramchandran?
Yeah, see, the data collection, one is you put a very structured process, you give a way of collecting the data and collect that one. That is one part of the data collection. Example is, if you put an eye alert system in the vehicle, it automatically captures what is the engine temperature, the weight, the acceleration is done, brakes are applied, what kind of a load, how much load is being carried. So all this data keeps continuously coming back as a input. This is a very structured data which comes on this one. But at the same time, there will be a lot of occasions where customers communicate on their own. It's not a platform. It may come from as an email. It may come as a phone call to one of the call centers. It may come as a telephonic call. But these are also important information and data. So this unstructured data also get collected, and today you don't need to go through as a human person going through each and trying to bring out meaningful interpretation. There are softwares available. You put all of them together, it brings out that this, out of the 100 people talking, 20 are talking about this. This is a kind of this thing. So the synthesis and the machine learning and the interpretation part of it is becoming stronger and stronger. It may not be fully matured, but this is available to this thing. So even order placement, you have very structured way of placing order like a PO. It can also be an email on ordering, but that also needs to be captured and put into the system. So we are working on both the fields, and both are possible.
There is a specific question for Mr. Suresh Babu. The question is, which is the bigger umbrella in your company? Is it the digital initiative, which is the industry 4.0, or is it quality 4.0, which is related to this aspect? So which is the bigger umbrella in your company, and how does it go?
Well, I think for us, it is very clearly a customer-centric quality approach. Okay, so our function itself, we call it customer satisfaction and quality. So the bigger umbrella is definitely quality fully integrating into this Industry 4.0. So though it started really as Industry 4.0 approach, very quickly we moved up the layer. So from customer voice monitoring using Medallia, which is actually a software solution, which we just talked about, unstructured data being collected and making those information available to the shop floor when somebody is working on the machine, where he knows that what has been the repeated quality issue or repeated issue a customer has been seeing, or at the order entry point. So definitely it goes absolutely hand in hand, but quality has a lot more importance.
Thank you. I think there's another question which has been asked, which says, how can we learn digital QC tool? And since I think a question has not directly been asked to Mr. Kumar, may I request Mr. Kumar to take on?
Yeah, sure. Basically quality tools which remain same, but we only use the modes to help take the data and then work on it to create more transparencies. And there are certain organizations which is also giving this, for example, Accenture, etc. So they could be contacted and it will help them.
Okay. I did hear the word about customer satisfaction and about meeting customer expectations. Just to indicate our own group, which is predominantly export oriented, 70% of almost all our revenue is based out of exports to Europe and to United States of America. Our motto on quality is customer delight. We just have a single line which says customer delight. So if you are able to delight the customer with your product, everything else is taken care. Coming to one of the last questions which have been asked, and it would be very difficult to quantify a thing like this. But the question is, what is the return on equity, or maybe the return on investment on investing in smart manufacturing? And this question has been asked to Mr. Sanjeev Singh, because he said that on molding shop. And can other MSMEs also take advantage? I thought you had already covered it, but since this question has come, maybe you would like to answer.
I would say that people have been, industry standards have been talking about this, and they say that every company should invest about 2 to 3% of their revenue back into digitization. And it also says that by putting in 2 to 3% of your revenue into digitization, you can be assured that you will get a minimum 7 to 8% return right in the first year. And this return will continue giving you over the years and keep on increasing. It's very simple. Once you have this, the installation is not too expensive. Once you have it in place, it gives you the inputs by which you are improving your efficiencies. You're getting your productivity high. You're getting higher customer, loyalty. You're getting a better market share. Your quality is improving. Your wastage is reducing. In all aspects, there's so much gains in this getting this thing implemented. So my point is that whatever you're investing in the first year, you will get at least double or 3 times that back right in the first year itself.
I think the another question which has come, and probably I'll take up this question and answer myself. The question was, should quality stand alone or be integrated with HSC, health, safety, and environment? I think actually it's not a brain teaser by any stretch of imagination. Quality removed from health, safety, and environment would not be quality itself. So it will actually have all these very much part of it. And today, quality will also be synonymous with ESG guidelines, which would be there, which all good industries would be following. So I totally would endorse a view that quality has to be a wholesome process which takes care of everything in the company, and certainly all these parameters are very much part. Okay, so I think with this we have finished with the questions which have come to us. So let me try and sum up today's panelists' views which have been given across. Mr. Ramchandran talked about people, process, and technology, scalability, how you are trying to take up the record of structured and unstructured reports, and how the quality is playing a part in the whole gambit of Conclave. Mr. Suresh Babu gave an excellent presentation. He did talk about Schneider becoming as much vocal for local as anybody else. And one factor which stood out from almost all the presentations, at least 2 of them very predominantly, from what Mr. Ramchandran said and Mr. Babu said, that customer personalization is going to be a very major business driver into the future. It was very, very clear in the presentation. And today you are going to be banking on digital and remote everything. In fact, it was also brought out that smart factories set up by Schneider are almost at the top of the global level. Mr. Manjeev Singh gave a very good perspective of an MSME getting in this domain. And he said the dividends following this are much, much higher than the actual cost of implementing any such thing. There was also a very nice presentation which did bring out all the aspects of what a MSME had implemented and benefited even during the so-called taxing COVID times which we all faced. Mr. Kumar, with his experience of Bosch, laid out the roadmap of the way they encountered Industry 4.0 and quality associated with Industry 4.0. Bosch and Schneider are perhaps market leaders in this game, and I can assure you some of the good Indian companies are not behind. In fact, we are almost aligned to the similar kind of practices as we are talking about. The last key point which I would like to bring is that Industry 4.0 and associated quality is a transformation from the way business was run before. And a very, I would say, eminent person once said, that was Albert Einstein, which said, if you do the same thing the same way, to expect different results would be madness. So what is required is to do the thing in a new way, and then only this transformation can take. And if this transformation is required, then the key point is that this transformation requires leadership, culture change, operation, and most importantly, the mindset change. And this has been eminently demonstrated in the talk which took place. I think with this, I would like to wrap up this session, which was on Atmanirbhar Bharat and the role of Industry 4.0 and the quality systems associated along with them. So I will now like to hand it over to Mr. Biswas. Thank you so much, panelists. And I see, I think there are more about 500 to plus participants over there on this webinar. So thank you, participants, for making this particular session so successful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatia.
Thank you very much.
For having moderated the session so well and also having given a lot of your insights into this. And there were so many good ideas from the leading companies who are implemented Quality 4.0. And I'm sure that everybody has something to learn from this. And we all look forward to having more sessions with you. But before that, I would like to also thank the speakers individually, Mr. Sanjeev Singh, Mr. Suresh Babu, Mr. Sivaneshan, and Mr. R. Kumar for the wonderful presentation and the rich knowledge that they've imparted to everybody here. So with this, I move on to the formal vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
So, this is a formal vote of thanks for me from my side that we had a very long but eventful day with 12 eminent speakers giving an insight into the virtual quality conclave theme. Nevertheless, it has been rewarding with such interesting sessions that have added value to the subject of quality 4.0. And today we have had more than 500 participants and the conclave has been a success. I, on behalf of NBQB-QCI, would like to express my heartfelt thanks to the eminent dignitaries for the value addition, distinguished speakers for the excellent presentation, who would be recognized by planting saplings at Delhi with nameplates and photo embedded on an e-certificate. I would also like to thank the esteemed delegates for being with us, without which this conclave would not have been possible. And last but not the least, our media promotion cell and our NBQB team, who have been relentlessly organizing this through in-house resources. And thanks to Mr. Sanjay Singh and team, Pooja and Ashish. Thank you very much, and see you very soon, because this is a subject which is really growing, and then we would like to have many more interactions with you in the near future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Biswas. Thank you, Pooja. Thank you, Ashish.
Thank you.
And thank you, panelists.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Pooja. Thank you, Ashish. Thank you, sir.
See you soon. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Small announcement for participants that we would be sharing the feedback form and request everyone to spare some time and provide your feedback with us, as your feedback is valuable to us. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you, Pooja.
Thank you.
बंद कैसे करें ऊपर